マスター、レッツキルダホールビーチ。
Gishi, you can has cheeseburger.
how you doing, Narinan? I wanna sleep so much. You know why? Not because I'm not sleeping that much, but still not because of this, but because I ate just now, and when I'm eating after food, I usually wanna sleep. Aloha, me. How you doing? Have a good stream. Thank you so much, me. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I hope you have a great day as well. Okay, Ari, thank you so much for being first today. Have a good lurk as well. Red, hello. Techno, hello. Alex, hello. And thank you so much for the Sabi. Hello. How you doing? Fine, tomorrow German test. Oh my god. Tomorrow. Okay, as the most you need to know, is iklipitich. That's all. That's all. You can do it. Techno. I believe in you. You're able to make an AI daughter, so you're gonna be able to do this as well. What's an other language can do when you already know the programming language, right? This is what I'm thinking. So yeah, I'm a little bit sleepy right now because I just ate. I feel a little bit cold, so like you just wanna, lay down in the bed and be like, relax, sweepy, but work is not waiting. Ladies and gentlemen. Update. Most of you already most likely so, but most likely, tomorrow I'm gonna go and send your Gishidayos. Even the ones that are by the different basically delivery services. Most likely I'm gonna put to delivery your Gishidayos. I'm gonna send it tomorrow, most likely, because everyone is already, I swear to God, everyone is so, I don't know, good. Because I send everyone's messages like in the same time, like basically, oh, hello, like there's payment. You were the one who was reserving Gishi Dayo, so there's payment and your address. And everyone been so fast with it. Like, I'm so happy I wasn't really sleeping at those periods of times because I was able to, like, to answer everyone. Lufun, hello, how you doing? Hello. So I was able to answer everyone really fast, pretty much. And I'm really happy that so far I think I did not made any mistakes in all of this. First of all, I'm happy because it's my first kind of experience like this with the huge orders, because I've been selling shit, right? I've been selling my own repainted dolls, like custom dolls. So I don't understand how like all of this shit works, right? But still, I never had so many orders, right? To send in the same like time, blah blah blah, like by completely different addresses, blah blah blah. So of course I was a little bit worried. Hello, Yoita. Hello, not the song. I flinch so bad when I hear the sound. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I like this song though. It's really like, I don't know, it's melancholic in a good way. I don't know. I love melancholy a lot. I'm sorry. Nene, hello! How are you? I'm doing fine. I'm doing good. A little bit still tired, gotta say this, because for the past 2 weeks I think I'm sleeping really poorly. Yesterday, for the first time I think in a couple of days or even week. I love you, VT. Oh, thank you so much, Lily. Thank you so much. This by the way, I don't have my full hair right now. Like I usually have more hair, like my pigtails behind is bigger usually, but since we started playing Silent Hill F, I make them smaller a little bit. So I have more here. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. I made my model myself from design. That's why design is pretty poor. Gotta be honest. To art, to Rick. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much. Currently, we're talking about how previously, previous stream, I was hand coming. How I was packaging basically your orders on my merchandise, and basically tomorrow pretty sure I'm gonna send it to you. Dead God Gish, don't jump scare me. I'm sorry, but this song is nice. Oh, this one breaks my heart. This song breaks my heart. If we're gonna talk about songs that breaks your heart, this one. Finished Unimath, and now to get to hear Gishi Yap, it's a good day. Nice. Man, I love math. I swear to God, I'm not gonna be joking when I'm gonna say when I was still in school, right? One of my plans after school was actually still doing math as a hobby because I loved math like to the brim. I really loved math, so I was planning to like continue doing math, but just like as a hobby, basically. But life was not really simple, basically. So I was the maximum I was able to do is work 12 hours, spend 4 hours in the road, and 2 hours or 1 hour at the art. We're watching drama or something today? Yeah, we're watching drama today. We're watching Mugen today. While I'm drawing, we're gonna watch Mugen today because it's a 6-hour video, so you know. And I really want to know what happened to the Cinder situation. Gotta be honest. I'm sinnered, sinnered like this.
僕の友達
you know, you get my flow. Lady, thank you so much for the follow. 新しい友達できたら嬉しいね. Thank you so much for the follow. Follow. So yeah, I'm a cinder. Oh, thank you so much for the fact that that I want to know what happened, what the hell happened in the end of the day with the cinder situation, because remember we tried to watch Rimu's takes on all of this, but she had first of all too much biases. For some reason, usually she does not have so much bias, but this time, for some reason, she had so much bias. She was so unapologetic about what she was doing. So, she was so lazy and unapologetic in this one. So, I'm sorry, Rimo. I'm sorry, but it was unwatchable at some point. At the start, maybe bearable, but at some point, no. So, I'm happy that Mugen, our puppy Mugen, decided to make something on this. Watching drama, just watching Adventure Time. I mean, I actually was watching a little bit of Adventure Time recently, where I stopped, kinda, but I didn't finish. I think I'm getting older, like, genuinely, because cartoons are, like, I'm rewatching a lot of cartoons I was watching when I was small right now, like, while I'm working, and they all seem a little bit too fast-paced, like some of them. Holy shit, I watched Monsters vs. Aliens. Holy fucking shit, guys. It's a fucking gem. Like, I remembered, I liked that cartoon when I was a youngster, right? But I did not, because, you know, I was small, I didn't know about American culture, blah, blah, blah. And there's a lot of jokes about American fucking culture. Basically, there was a joke basically. We gotta call for our best minds, guys. Like basically when the aliens starts to attack them, we gotta call for our best minds. Call Indians. Oh my god, who will fucking joke like this at nowadays in the cartoons? Or like there was one when the Bob, remember the character Bob with one eye and stuff? He's now a meme in the Twitch. He was like, oh, is she a girl, like to the gigantic woman? Like, is she a girl? But how she's a girl? She have a boobs. He dead as said boobs. Imagine this. Imagine now this cartoon, like kids cartoon, someone will say boobs. I could never imagine this nowadays. And I'm so sad about it, gotta be honest. It's very cute. Thank you so much, Lily. Thank you. What sleep do? Just take a break if your sleep is getting bad. To be fair, I cannot take the break. That's the thing. And even if I try to sleep, sometimes I cannot sleep. And I cannot really take the break. That's the saddest part because, you know, I work. I work. If I would be able to just... stay in the bed for the couple of days, not thinking about anything, yada yada yada, I would be so happy. Akina, hello, how you doing? But sadly, I have a lot of things to do, like a lot of things to do, and I'm not even sure. Thank you so much. She's hello, how you doing? So I'm not even sure if this year I'm gonna be able to actually finish my 3.0 model until my second anniversary. Maybe since my second anniversary and my affiliate anniversary is kind of almost in the same time, like 1 week or so apart. Maybe I can do it like on the, you know, affiliate anniversary. Oh my god, why the songs are so long to load nowadays? 3 streams streak. Yippee! Yo, it's Yippee! Oh, Ray, hello, Ray. Apple Shader, Alex G. What? Hello,
Pretty
pretty
boy.
boy. Hello, Raiders. My name is Gishichi and I'm Mimi of VTuber. How you doing? How you doing? Yogishi, hello, Sketter. Hello, Ske. Hello, Ibaka. How you doing? How was your League of Oh, thank you, thank you for the shout out. I was about to. Thank you, Techno. So, hello. How you doing? How you doing? How was League of Legends? How's League of Legends? No, you know what? I'm not interested about your League of Legends. I'm interested about the first horror you've been playing. The Lone Shark, Shark Loans, Sharky Loans, Lonely Shark, Looney Tunes. By the way, there's worries happening in the Epic the musical. One of them is what song should be on top of the best songs. No longer you or would you fall in love with me? I swear, is the best. You know what? Like is this how you would you fall in love with me again or something like this? What is the best song I cry when I hear that song and Skrilla singing? I mean, I'm gonna be really biased here, but one of the best songs I think is in the fandom in general. It's the cover on the I'm Just a Man. I'm sorry. Like the price of the I'm Just a Man that was happening in that one cover. Sorry, that is defeating everything. League fighting game has surprisingly fun. Yeah, you've been playing it for long. Lone Sharks is good. What was happening in the Lone Sharks? I just saw one moment when you're just literally fishing. That's all. But I don't think that that's the premises of the game in general. So yeah, basically, I'm so surprised about the cartoons of my generation, kinda having so many actually smart. Like I shit you not, I knew I would like to rewatch Monsters vs Aliens. I knew because I loved the shit out of that one. I had a game, I had the DVD, blah blah. I loved the shit out of it, but I never knew that me being already more than 20 years old, going to rewatch it, and I'm just gonna fucking giggle from time to time, like actually fucking giggle and like whistling like like a little bit. I didn't die. Monsters vs Aliens mentioned. Yes, Nikki, hello, how you doing? I swear to fucking god, I rewatched it yesterday while I was working. And I swear to fucking god, that's hilarious. Yet again, I'm gonna restart the joke for everyone who came from the raid. There was a joke. Basically, when the aliens were attacking America, right? First of all, there was a joke that basically it seems that aliens attack only America. We don't know why or something like this. And there was a joke. Holy fucking shit! There was a joke basically. Faster! Call for our best minds! Call for engines! I swear to fucking god, yet again, that's the best fucking joke in the whole universe. I swear to fucking god. They don't do jokes like this anymore, man. Hello, how you doing? I'm doing fine, I'm doing well. I'm a little bit sleepy because I just ate. Aliens versus monsters, you mean aliens versus the who? What? We just got gluttons for conspiracies and lore. What? What? I'm gonna spoil. Okay. To be fair, if I see a funny image, I'm dying. I don't know why. About what? 来たばっかり、まっすぐにいつも悪口こんばんは。悪口ってどこ？悪口ってどこ？
Обнял, поднял и убежал.
О, грехи! Я убежал. Грех, thank you so much. Thank you so much, грехи. Спасибо тебе большое. И я тебя обнимаю. Давай. Хорошего дня тебе. Спасибо большое, грехи, солнце. Спасибо. What we're doing today? Today I'm working. And let's get the whole BT. Today I'm working, and while we're working, we're gonna watch Mujin's video on Cinder because I still want to know what happened in this one document. But I swear to God, I'm tired of watching Rima's bias. Basically, no, I'm tired. Oh my god. So yeah, if we're gonna stop a little bit about the cartoons по поводу артового лес, пишемся не против. Конечно, of course. So, John Wick. Lottie, hello, how you doing? Like it's Tai Lung looking at the computer kills me. Looking, I mean that one is funny. Tai Lung looking at the computer is funny. I like talking about monsters versus aliens. There is really like right now it's really popular. The meme like with the Bob on 70 TV. It's actually really popular. The Bob. Just Bob just staring. What's your pitosh na da спасибо, Greg. Thank you so much, Greg. F 言葉言葉って何悪口じゃん悪口わかんない泣き空わかんない Hello, it's me, my birthday Wolf. Oh! You have a birthday today, Wolfie? You have a birthday, Masumi? I'm gonna go get put them okay. Have some puddies. Hope John B's Ligma. But yeah, if we're gonna stop talking about the cartoons a little bit, basically I'm happy to how to say it, re-announce that and I'm just gonna say I'm proud of you guys how fast everyone answered me in the private messages about the delivery, about the payment. I'm really proud of you. Thank you so much. You made it so much easier because you know it could be not that easy. Of course there's been a couple of like bumps and upside downs here and there, but mostly everything went well, everything went smoothly, even though it's the first time I'm doing such a big delivery. So I'm really happy that so far everything goes smoothly, and hopefully tomorrow I will already send your Gishidayos, and soon you're gonna get your Gishidayos with the exclusive sketches on the background. Everyone, by the way, after the stream I actually edit like every acrylic key that was pre-ordered. I actually still made the specific sketch for everyone. I tried to make it as as unique as possible for everyone, as much as I know you guys from the chat. So I hope you will like it. And I hope everything will go to your hands without any problems. とにかく今日はどう？今日は今日は疲れちゃった。いつも通りね疲れました。Let's get the right. Yes, it is my birthday. I turned 31. 31! Oh, you're so young. Still so young. Holy moly. Happy birthday, Wolfie! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Masumi. Happy birthday to you. Proud of you, thank you. Kishi da yo, yes, happy da yo. Because I see. Well, you cannot do Uyayas anymore because Tates for some reason died on my PC. I don't know what the hell is going on. Like the last update literally killed Tits on my PC and I don't know what to do. Like I literally don't know what to do. I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Man. I'll be lurking as always. I miss Gishi. Okay, have a good lurking, Masumi. Eat cake today, okay? I'm old and ancient, I'm withering. I don't know what you're talking about. In my country, where everyone wants to... In my country, when people at 20 and 80 already think that our life is over, basically. If we don't have, basically, our own apartments, amazing job at 20, blah, blah, blah. We're already dead. We can, might as well just go under the bridge and fucking kill ourselves. In Minecraft, of course. So, yeah, basically, in my country even, we want to put the youngster, so to speak, age up to 40 years old or something like this. So, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Made it. めでとうって何？ Happy Gishiだよ。Wait, it's not my birthday! It's not my birthday! It's not my birthday! Hello, Zimri, how you doing? It's not my birthday, Zimri. It's not. It's Masume's birthday. It's Masume's birthday. How you doing, Zimri? How you doing, the fortune villager? Happy Heihachis da yo? Okay, happy Heihachis. Happy. I mean, it is happy Heihachis because I'm looking at my right side and I see all of the Gishidayos. I'm gonna send it tomorrow. I'm so happy. Like, I don't know. It's just I still cannot believe, like, because, you know, I don't really have a time to think about it because I literally, like, all in work, all in anxiety, blah, blah, blah. But it's so cool. Like, if you're gonna think about it, it's so cool. I already have my own merch. I mean, it's not that hard, you know. I just, you know, I just order it. But people wanted it. People bought it. I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy. Listen, oh my god, Sharky! Long time no see. How you doing? Long time no see. How you doing? Where did you run off to? Hello. So yeah, I'm really happy that Gishi have her own merch now. And after this, of course, we're gonna draw the specific merch pictures even. But that's why the merch in the future is going to cost more. So Gishi Dayos were the first trial project. Thank you so much to Pet Helen. Hello, Helen. And it's going to be the cheapest one by a bunch of reasons. おめでとうおめでとうございます。ぎし。誕生日ではないよ誕生日ではないおめでとうって何のこと warning greatest Momoki Shideo's population. Yes, 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 yes. So Engi with all the drama around VTubers. Engi about what specifically? You can say. Yeah, happy birthday. It's not my birthday! My birthday been on May 9th! May 9th! We even made the whole last 12 hours stream on that one. Come on, what the hell, man? I'm fine. That's nice, that's nice. How's your life been? How's your games been? Happy birthday. I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft. By the way, I never fucking knew that Minecraft is so pricey. I never knew, guys. My whole life, I never knew that Minecraft is so fucking pricey because I was sneaking, picking a little bit on the Minecraft because, you know, I really want to start playing Minecraft. I really want to, like, do some mods and blah, blah, blah. I really miss Minecraft, okay? I really miss our server. But the thing is, I'm not using Game Pass anymore, and my Minecraft was on Xbox Game Pass, right? The thing is, I don't want to pay for this shit anymore because, you know, they're literally giving you nothing. They're literally giving you only biases, motherfuckers. So, and I was like, okay, what's the price of the actual Minecraft then? 30 or so, $20, $30? $20, $30? Are you fucking kidding me? The game that you literally did not update that much since, like, I don't know, 2018, 2016 or so? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you for real? Are for real? Yakuza 0 since, like, in the smaller price, I think. I don't remember it, Heiha-chan, just message you with you. Lar! Happy Minecraft Day, maybe, because I really miss Minecraft, guys. Like, I don't know, I miss Minecraft already for, I don't know, months. And I was a little bit excited when one of my previous gen mates, not gen mates, but, like, you know, association mates, was like, oh, I wanna create the Minecraft server, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. So I was excited, but in the end of the day, it all went to vain, and I left my association in the end of the day. So, you know, us mates. Now I left my association. I was thinking about it for like a really long time, really long time. So, and I'm pretty content with my decision. I'm happy. I finally did it. It didn't really change anything in my life, but it kind of changed the, you know, the pressure I had on my soul, I guess. Thank you so much for the hi, Jeteki. Look, I'm going to change Gishichi's keyboard layout. Gishichi, someone could... No, don't change my keyboard layout! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna do something to myself. I'm gonna die. I choked. Anton, I want to sleep. Man. Happy separation day. That they'll be loved at the new home. My daughters? My Gishichis? My Gishichi? 水忘れないで。オッケー。水はないけど、ファンタがあります。ファンタで大丈夫？ファンタでいい？大丈夫よ。大丈夫ね？中国のファンタに Happy separate, yes. Yes, yes, yes. A flammable water, yay. Fanta is a flammable water. あんた何 Fanta って大丈夫ね This Fanta can actually have anime girl in it. I don't know which anime girl is this. It seems like it's from the game, but I don't. Guys, I don't know Chinese, so you know. I don't know. I don't know what girl is this. Gotta be honest. まあいいよ。ありがとね。Love it. Thank you so much for the pet. Thank you. Vodka is flammable. It's not vodka. It's Fanta. Love them or they return to mom. Yeah, love them. Love my keychains that I'm gonna send to you, or they're gonna return to me. Deadass. You're gonna be like, oh wait, where's my Gishida? What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? And I'm gonna be just like, listen here. My daughter came back. What did you do? Did you treat her badly? Did you treat her badly? Did you dare to treat my daughter badly? You're done. You're done. Oh, by the way, guys, don't forget. Like, I know a lot of people can forget about this. Again, if you're one of the lucky people. By the way, we still have two Gishidayos. Like, free to Gishidayos. So, if you want Gishidayo, if you ordered Gishidayo, I'm sorry, if you ordered Gishidayo already, don't forget, there is a film, a protective film from the both sides. Don't forget to peel it off. Don't forget to peel it off, please. Vodka with... No, not vodka with Fanta, not vodka with the juice, no. We're not doing stopper today. けど、水は飲んでほしい。でも水がないし。水はないし。ちょっと、どうやってお茶とか。お茶とか。あ、お茶とファンタしかないよね。他にも何もないよ。ごめんね。ごめんね。Yeah, water is important. Water is important, but I think I need a water bottle. I'm not gonna be joking when I need to say that I need a water bottle. I need a water bottle. Because normal bottles are cool, but they're not motivating me to drink water as much as water bottle would be. Because I'm gonna waste my money on water bottle, I think. Consumerism. お茶も大丈夫、お茶がいい。でも、ごめんけど、ちょっとお茶は、20ミリリットルしかない。20ミリリットルだけある。もう、飲んでたから。ごめんI actually need to refill my tea. Gotta be honest, I need to refill my tea. At least with something, like, you know, the boiled fucking water. Because there's literally like 10 or 20 milliliters left, and I forgot to refill it because I was like, I don't think I'm gonna drink it. I'm gonna drink only Fanta. But Fanta is not forever, you know? Wait, what? Why does Fanta have an AI stamp on it? I mean, I guess it shows that it's recyclable though. But what is the... why is it marked as AI? Huh? I would show you if I had the opportunity to show you. I really want a webcam, like, you know, the second webcam, so I can show you what's happening on my table sometimes. I know Stoic have it. I need to ask him how he's doing it. But for this, first I need the second camera. You talk to anybody in America, they will tell you to take 5 water bottles off their hands. If you go to any public show, you will find cheaply made free water bottles that people will grab and then have 50 water bottles in their cabinet. I know that water bottles is popular in America. I guess one of the reasons, maybe I'm wrong, but one of the reasons because, like, you know, a lot of people use in cars and they just like put it in the cars, maybe? I don't know. Boss, hello Ali, how you doing? Bolaza. But yeah, I don't know. I just want a water bottle. The only thing I have for bottle is literally, like, you know, free bottles from like not water, but like from the energy drinks or something like this I drink already, or that one tumbler I was gifted by my I mean, he was my friend, but he was my coworker as well from Starbucks. He gifted me the fucking tumbler from Starbucks. And I mean, that's cool, but this tumbler, first of all, it's so humongous. It's so fucking humongous. It's really hard for me to hold it. Second of all, it's really freaking heavy. I don't know whose idea was it to make the tumbler like this. And it's dirty and pretty easily. Yeah, I drink out of the reusable water bottle. Say, dear, hello, how you doing? How you doing, Hannah Hacky Vampire? I want to drink from the reusable water bottles as well. I want a water bottle. They're encouraging people to drink something except of carbonated drinks. I mean, that is fair, but I think it's not really helping at times. Considering how many people I see. I guess, okay, I'm gonna say I think it's a TikTok filter. Because you know how you usually, like, at TikTok you see, sorry about the, like, Americans, filming their videos inside of their cars. Usually, like, they're, like, sitting like this in their car. And usually they're, like, having some sort of the drink, like, iced tea or coffee from Starbucks or something like this in their hands. And they're, like, gonna say something, talk about something. Like something happened to them and they're gonna be like with the coffee with the carbonated drinks or something. Hello, I'm good. How are you doing? I'm so tired, Sadie. I'm so tired. I wanna sweep so much, but I can't. Now. I actually physically can't. The only time I was able to sleep for the long kind of time. Hello, how you doing? Привет. It's actually yesterday. For the first time in weeks, I was able to sleep more than like 6 hours. Or 6 hours. 6 hours, I think. Because I just passed out. I was like handling all the orders for Gishichi, right? I was handling all the orders, all the like deliveries calculations, the money transfer, blah blah blah, yada yada, all of this like how do you say, budgeting and all of this accounting, right? Oh my god, I'm so happy. So far, I don't think that I made any mistakes. I think, even though when I was doing all of this, I had like 2 hours of sleep or so. And after I made the most, because like, you know, people just stopped replying. So, you know, I literally had nothing to, don't want to answer to, right? I just like, me. So I just got tired. You forgot about boba or matcha. They drink it too much as well. I mean, boba is cool. Like, I like boba, but I can drink it on a daily basis. I mean, fair. This one is fair. I remember when I was in Philippines, you know, there's really cheap boba in the Philippines, right? But I don't remember, like, why I exactly did not drink it every day. But sometimes, like, even if I had the opportunity, I think I was asking Isaka, like, oh no, let's either, like, buy, like just coffee or something like this, or something else, just basically something else, not carbonated, not even like sweet, like coffee, like, you know, literally like, you know, normal coffee, you know. Or I remember there was mocha in 7-Eleven, like just canned mocha. That was nice as fuck. So yeah, I don't know, boba is cool, don't get me wrong, boba is amazing. It's really cool, especially if it does not cost as in my home country, because swear to fucking god, paying like $8 or so for boba, no, not even 8, I think like $9 to $10. No. Do I look, what? I was listen, when I was living in Japan, I've been feeding myself for $10. I could feed myself on $10 for 2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days. So I cannot. Sorry. I guess I'm not employed enough. I guess I'm not employed enough to think that this is okay or something. I don't know. Yeah, the USA is for sure. It's a go food country. We eat in our cars all the time when we got somewhere to go. I mean, eating in the car is kind of vibe, gotta say, but not when you're alone, maybe? I don't know. When you're not alone. For USD for boba? Because everything that is good can become too good if you're having it too much. Fair, yeah. 800 rubles for a boba? That's rubber made. Yes! Around 800 rubles. I don't think that I saw boba costs lesser here. I'm gonna be fucking honest. I'm gonna be so fucking... No, it's not 6. Okay, then it's 10. then it's dead as 10 or so because, you know, I was calculating it in my head, so I guess it's 10 or so. For boba at Starbucks, according to Google. At Starbucks? Wait, Starbucks have boba? Starbucks now have a boba? Psst. They're trying to adapt so fucking hard. But yeah, nah. Yeah, they do have boba. Holy moly. When I was working there, we did not have boba. Boba. Wait. Yeah, we did not. Yeah, we did not. Even in my forgotten country, holy moly, I need to check, do we have it still? Because we kind of still have Starbucks, right? So maybe it's like they adapted it there. Konnichiwa, як вам полётки, хорошего времяпровождения. Спасибо большое, Леган, спасибо. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Thank you so much for the lurky. Thank you. But yeah, you meant coffee. Где? Как его там? Ну, бля, ну, который Star Coffee. Поняла шутку, поняла, если что. Yeah. So basically, I cannot not $10 in my home country. I mean, maybe there is something cheaper. Pretty sure there should be fucking something cheaper, right? But yeah, in general, I could not. No. It's too much. Boba is good, but matey, I cannot. Even for the coffee outside, like to how many, like $4 to $5 or so for coffee? No. Again, I'm too unemployed for this, guys. Like, I'm an artist / VTuber. That's all my fucking income right now. Do you? I would support for that shit. Gishichi, bye bye. Lino, hello. How you doing? How you? Lino. Mwah. How you doing, Lino? Thank you for the fat pet. Usually if you go to a fast food joint in the USA, it's about 15 USD for like burger and potato or something like this. Burger, potato and Coca-Cola or something. 15? I mean, no, that's still a lot, kinda. For the drive-thru especially. It's not a fast food at this point, it's just... Bleh. It's not a fast food at this point. It's shit at this point. Сегодня неплохо побаливает, правда, голова, но я уже выпила таблетку и буду тут за вами внимательно смотреть. Ты-то как твое настроение? Да потихоньку, но спать жутко спать хочется. Но зато я оформила все заказы, и завтра уже, скорее всего, отправлюсь в Gishichi. So yeah, even though I'm tired, blah, 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 I'm really happy that I was able to, and, you know, thanks again to the people that was really cooperative. So I'm gonna be able to send the Gishidayos tomorrow, most likely. Like every Gishidayo, almost every. There's a couple of those that's not gonna be sent, but like transferred directly from my hands to the person, basically. By the different reasons, because I know those people. So yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. I guess that was a voice stimulation, I guess. Безумно качественно. Спасибо большое, Лина. Thank you so much, Lina. Thank you. Cheapest. You know what? I have already, like, as a VTuber, I have a trigger on the cheapest. Like, if message starts with the cheapest, I always imagine it's continuing with the cheapest viewers, blah, 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 and there's a website. I got fucking conditioned. Already. Cheapest I ever seen was at the Wendy's. Never ate at Wendy's. For a meal called the Biggie Bag, which actually serves an actual portion of food, not jumbo size like in a lot of places, was $7 USD. It's okay. Okay, $7 USD seems okay if it's normal portions and stuff. Nah, man, why is the food is like this? Recently I've been talking to my mom, like, basically, I don't know, it was just like a drive-through conversation, I guess. And basically I was talking how, you know, my generation cannot basically really plan the future and stuff like this. How it's kind of, you know, not there, because, you know, we don't really have even that much opportunities to buy apartments and stuff. And she was like, in my time, we weren't able to buy apartments as well. Like, did we buy it? No, we did not buy it. And that is fair. But in the same time, They had opportunity. My family did not buy apartments because we had apartments. That's easy as it is. But yeah, basically, I don't remember how, but I remember that I got flipped off. Basically. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What a day to be a Generation Z. Z. Okay. Okay, I think I need to actually add some boiling water into my tea, right? And after I do, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna start work. I mean, I'm gonna work on your. You're just gonna watch. You're just gonna watch some drama, okay? Okay, children. Okay, mommy is gonna work. Mommy is gonna work a little. Play with this iPad for a little while, okay? Okay, just don't click on any like Elsa images, okay? I hope I understood each other. Okay, I will pause for a little bit, okay? Stay here. Stay here. So when I'm gonna go back, everyone is still in place, okay? Okay. I'm back, yes. I'm back, yes, with the tea now. Now I will have to wait a little bit until it's gonna cool down, though. Because I have Nekosta, so it's gonna be a little bit hurtful for me if I'm gonna just straight up drink hot tea. Oh my god. And I need to, I think, put some eye drops in my eyes because allergies. For your information, on the one bedroom in my area averages out to about 853 USD to rent every month, and my area is considered one of the top 10 cheapest cities in— oh my god, 800. Yeah, if I were to live in America, I would not be able to I would not be able to pay for shit. I would actually be living on the streets. Like 800, holy shit. No wonder American artists charge so much for the artworks. I'm sorry. I just eye dropped in my eyes, and the eye drops is hurtful a little bit because first of all they have vitamin C, and second of all they're anti-allergic a little bit, so it's gonna hurt a little bit. Holy fuck. Okay, second one. Oh my god. Holy moly. Holy moly. Ugh. My poor eyes. My poor freaking eyes. See guys, this is why my eyes are red. This is why they're red. Not because I'm mimic or something like this. No. Because I'm actually just dying inside. Because of allergies. Oh god. Okay. Are you ready morally? Did you prepare yourself morally? Mentally? Did you prepare yourself for some drama? Ready? Okay. Welcome back, me. Okay, let me open my Clip Studio as well. Imagine this, guys, being an artist and being able to draw multiple drawing programs. Wait, wow. Okay, it's opened. Yippee! I'm liking the fact that I have paid off my house already, so I don't have any debt. Oh my god, you're so... I was about to say you're lucky, but you know, like, with the luckiness comes along the way, usually with being, like, you know, smart. Not along the way, but, like, you know. So, just good job. I'm gonna cook like an adult while listening to you. What you gonna cook? Me? Oh, Gishi, you cursed my keyboard. How did I? You know what I'm gonna curse? You know what I'm gonna curse? Nakamon? You gotta see when you're gonna receive Gishi though. I can change language. How is it to be American now? If you didn't understand, I tried to mimic seagulls. Not seagulls. Shoulder shit. The eagles. Did I do a good job at mimicking eagles? I can write in Russian. Oh, травматище. No, I have the way. No, don't you dare. Don't you even start. Don't you start. No. Gisida, Verksala, how you doing? Let me find the window. Привет, Gishi. Fuck you. Don't you even dare to continue in this one. Category changed. Oh, you changed category? Wait, you can change category now? Oh, you did. Thank you so much, Ari. Thank you so much. Thank you a lot. Thank you. I actually forgot. If you didn't change it, if you didn't say about it, I actually forgot again. Я буду писать вот так. Да пошел! Хватит писать. Прыгайте. Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Akira! Akira! Get out of my head! No, stop it! Stop it! You brutes! You literally brutes! Okay, where is... Guys, I literally forgot where is the window we watched the videos inside of. Oh, it's this one, I guess. Okay. Неплохая идея, кстати. Да, ёпта. Все будут... Ну стойте! Ну, ребят, ну бот не может это... Какого хуя? Как он, блядь, это перевел? Ебануться. Джетбот, ты совсем ёбнулся? Ты как это перевел? Ты как это перевез? Ёб твою мать. Зону, перестаньте так писать! Stop! Stop writing like this! Stop! Stop! Stop it right now, or I'm gonna cry. Do you want me to cry? Do you want me to cry? Piss my pants. No? Со шведского? Я не знаю, почему он понял это как шведский, как он перевел тогда. Сумасшедший. Сумасшедший. Всего хорошего. Окей. Я проверю. Ну, хватит проверять! Не надо! Ребята, я же говорила, не надо свои эксперименты ставить на боте, пожалуйста. No, he didn't get it. Vishna. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Oh. I need to not to forget, because if someone is gonna watch it in the VOD, I will put the sounds on, so you're gonna be able to watch it in the VOD. Here we go.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy was written by the author J.R.R. Tolkien. It is one of the best-selling books of all time, selling over 150
Why are we starting with the Lord of the Ring?
copies. If you want to read the entire trilogy, then it's around 1,000 pages.
Ah.
So considering that it's one of, if not the best written fantasy world ever created, then hey, it's actually a small price to pay. This means that for 1,000 pages, you could either choose to immerse yourself in one of the best written fantasy worlds of all time, or read a 1,000-page Google Doc about VTuber drama. I wish I was kidding. 1,000 pages. All dedicated purely to VTuber drama.
Thank you.
How do you even get here? What even got us to this point? Well, you know,
How
it's
do we
only one of
get
the
here?
biggest incidents in VTubing history. You see, Cinder was one of the biggest and most successful independent English-speaking VTubers in the world.
Okay,
Some
let's
people
go.
will argue with me. She didn't have tens of thousands of concurrent viewers, and she didn't have 1 million followers, but her community was so ridiculously loyal and had so much
Ну тогда
influence
оставайся.
that other legendary VTubers had attained. For example, in the first 4
Holy fuck! I got so scared! First I thought that the sound like of the thunderstorm came from the video itself, and then I see my whole fucking screen in OBS being fucking under the... Oh my god. How you doing, slime meme? Long time no see. Isn't Gishichi just a wonderful cutie gremlin? No, I'm just gremlin. How our name is Russian Tolchok. Stop! Thank you for the fat pet. Thank you. Holy shit, I got scared. I understood that it's the Tungia after initial shock, but holy moly. First shock is still there, you know. First shock is still there. Thank you.
4 months of 2024, she had made over $65,000 just in bit
$1,000?
donations on Twitch. This ranked her as the 5th most donated to Twitch streamer on the platform, right behind other streamers like Queso and Jinxie. She was the top VTuber on that list. In January 2025, she became a partial owner of the company GamerSubs. This is an extremely big deal, and it's only been achieved by one other VTuber, which was Shy Lily. I mean, she even had an article written about her back in 2023 with the title, Cinder banked on VTubing success and the investment is paying off. She'd only been a VTuber for a few years, but she was already reaching lengths no one could have ever dreamed of. In other words, the sky was the limit. And one of the reasons for that incredible success was, of course, her design and the art style associated with it. The artist behind that model would be none other than Nanolis, otherwise referred to as Nana. She'd be Cinder's artist from the very beginning and would work on every single model of hers. Both of them benefited greatly from their working relationship. On April 18th, 2025, Nano would post
Guys,
the
you
most
know
recent
what?
model
That
she had
you're gonna
made for
benefit
Cinder.
from
It
working
would,
with
of
me,
course,
by
receive
the
a
way,
lot
as
of
well.
attention, and you
How?
even see Cinder commenting,
I don't
"Thank you
know
for
really,
another
but
amazing
like you're
model,
gonna benefit.
Nano."
Trust.
She'd make that comment on April 19th. 2025. And barely 7 days later, with no prior warning and completely out of the blue, Nano would make this tweet saying, Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel
Hello,
it is necessary.
I cannot
Please do
talk
not send hate to
privately in
anyone on my
DM,
behalf.
so
This
I'm
is all I
gonna
want to
put
say.
the drama
Look in a Google
outside.
Doc with the title,
Thank you.
Terminating my work with Cinder. This would receive over 12 million views. In the document itself, we could see DMs between Nano and Redacted for the most part. The reason why this was a big deal is because Redacted, otherwise known as Red, was Cinder's manager. In these DMs, he would slander other creators, sometimes Cinder's friends. But worst of all, what these DMs showed us was the fact that Red tried to actively sabotage and blacklist other VTubers from being able to work with Nano. And again, some of the people affected were some of Cinder's closest friends. After this document would be posted, every top VTuber in the industry would leave a comment in support. And just as people were attempting to wrap their head around this, barely 6 minutes later, Bao the Whale, one of the pioneers
Oh,
of
she
independent
answered so
English VTubing, and someone
fast.
who
I
is
didn't
practically
know.
friends with everyone in this space, would also make a tweet saying, "I was very hurt by someone I thought was a friend," referring to Cinder and linking her own Google Doc. And worst of all, we'd see that due to conversations between Red and Nano, Nano would eventually decide to cancel the model she was working on for Bao. Bao at some point would vent about this in her friends group chat in which Cinder was a part of. Everyone would support her except Cinder. And Cinder knew very well that her model was canceled, and she also knew that Bao was very excited for it. This further pushed the narrative that Cinder was a backstabber who never took her friends seriously. You can see the immense support Bao received here and how everyone in this space is her friend by all the replies on her tweet, wishing her well. Less than 20 minutes later, Bao's own music video editor would also post his own account of how he was treated by Red in DMs, and you'd see another VTuber by the
Yeah,
name of
remember how
Spike also
everyone
make
made
her
their
own
statements so
document,
fast?
saying that for years she's been harassed by Cinder's community for being seen as a cheap copy. That Cinder wouldn't acknowledge her and would even actively try to blacklist her, even though she literally started streaming before Cinder's career even began. And finally, Silvervale, another VTuber who could be considered a pioneer of independent English VTubing, would also make her own document on Cinder, telling us how Cinder was obsessed with her for years, trying to be her friend, even though Silver had expressed that she wasn't interested. And worst of all, how as her model was being canceled due to discussions between Red and Nano, Cinder would be messaging her, congratulating her on achievements, yet again pushing the narrative that she is a two-faced backstabber. As this was all happening, the pressure was mounting very hard on Cinder. This is when she'd make a tweet saying that effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry everyone, I will make a larger response when I'm able. Now look, most of these DMs did have Red, but Nano would specify in her document that based on working with Red and Cinder over the years, she's sure that they speak for each other and that there's no reason to believe that Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Regardless though, people thought that this was a step in the right direction until Vampeaches, another VTuber, would reveal that 4 years ago Cinder had referred to Red as her boyfriend. This was not revealed by anyone else writing these documents, even though they fully knew this. But for the broader VTuber community, this was the first time they were hearing about it. It backfired on Cinder tremendously. And what made it so much worse is that this post got community noted, saying that Red acted with Cinder's knowledge and consent, both of which directly engaged in libel towards other creators. And as people thought this couldn't get worse, as they were still grappling with the fact that Red is Cinder's boyfriend,
Last set of questions, of course.
Rain
What
randomly
happened?
comes in, posts a Google document, and reveals to us that Cinder had cheated with him on Red, showing us old DMs from her previous persona. Yeah, as someone who was watching all of this unfold live, I could tell you right now, I have never seen such chaos unfold in such a short amount of time. At this point, the pressure could not have been crazier. Everyone was waiting for a
peaches,
proper statement from
but
Cinder,
how are
and it
you
would only
doing?
be a day later, on the 27th of April, that she would
I'm
post a
doing
Google Doc with the title,
tired. I'm
"My
really
Apology."
sleepy.
It would be
I would like
clearly
to
written in a
sleep.
rush during panic, and it was very
Gotta be
bad,
honest.
making the situation way worse. But don't
And
take
I
my word
eat,
for
so
it.
I wanna
Some of
sleep
Cinder's
after I eat
closest, most
usually.
loyal
But how are you
friends
doing?
would express this
Okay, Google Doc
themselves.
stream.
Yoclash, who has known Cinder for a long time and worked with her as an artist,
It is Google
would say,
Doc
"I'm so
stream.
disappointed. You have known Red since your
Because I'm
college days and
curious.
have a
I'm curious
long-term
as fuck.
relationship. How can you
I'm
think
not
it's
gonna
okay
read
to
it
just put all the
myself.
blame on him and pretend you didn't know what he was saying or doing as your manager? I don't believe this." She was saying this in reference to the fact that most of Cinder's apology appeared to be her throwing Red under the bus, saying that she was not aware of the majority of things he was doing. Lena would express the same thing, saying this is someone you supposedly loved and worked close with as a team for years. I can't imagine for the sake of an online image throwing someone away so effortlessly, claiming you didn't know what they were doing. There's just no way. You had everything. You had a massively supportive community, a group of girls who stuck by you. You're a partial owner of a company. People would die to be where you're at, and you
I read it, but Mujin is so good at explaining stuff. Yeah, he's really good, and he's not biased, really. Not like everyone else. He's not like any other girl.
Over 8 million views and over 150,000 likes.
In my opinion, he's the least biased, because if we're gonna talk about anyone literally else, like Rima or Red, they all fucking biased. They're all biased. Like, for example, if there's going to be a talk about Niji Sanji, they're gonna shit talk on it, whatever, just whatever. They're gonna make inappropriate jokes from time to time, and no one is gonna call them out on that shit because it's Niji Sanji, so who the fucking cares? They're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, they're gonna say shit that is not true, but then it's just like, oh yeah, I guess I was wrong, but hey, it's Niji Sanji, for example, right? Who cares? Or like, oh hey, it's Cinder, so who fucking cares? So they're gonna say a lot of insensitive shit, a lot of like bias, blah blah blah, but nah. But I mean, everyone jokes about Niji, am I right, sisters? Oh my god. But yeah, basically, I like how Mujin is basically, like, even if he have, like, jokes here and there, blah, blah, it's usually, you know, pretty not that biased, or, like, at least not harmful. Like, just normal. I miss my thunderstorms, though, said Panda Face. Did it got off? Wait, no, yeah, literally, when you just came in the chat, it was there. I got scared of it. I screamed.
With Yoklash and Lena, while also calling for her accountability. Look,
beaches,
and would of course start making memes of the entire situation.
Oh shit,
the
where's the middle?
Would be
oh
immense and unprecedented. She'd lose over 50,000 followers on Twitch and would lose tens of thousands of followers on her Twitter. She would go completely radio silent, and her name would become a painful reminder as to what could happen when you let fame and numbers get to you while completely disregarding the people who care about you. This is how things would be for 5 months. But that, of course, would be until Cinder would come back with no prior announcement on October 8th.
Time goes so fast.
Tweet saying the burden of
Did there something except drama? What do you think about Face Connect? Oh, first of all, I know shit about Face Connect. Gotta be honest, I never heard about them. I'm not really, like, you know, into the companies, like, aside of, you know, big companies, so I didn't knew about them. But first when I saw the first basically dude from the gen, I don't know, either it was TikTok commercial, actually TikTok ad, or someone already like made some sort of the edit or something. But basically I deadass thought that this is a new character from Twisted fucking Wonderland. So I was like, oh, like, I'm not really playing Twisted Wonderland, I'm not really like into that, so I'm just like, oh, he's cool, he's really Twisted Wonderlandy. So I thought it's literally a fucking, you know, product of sorts. But then, you know, I got to know that this is actually a new VTuber gen, and that got me interested, of course. And so far, I think they're pretty fine. I didn't saw that much about them, gotta be honest, so I cannot say that much. But so far, I think I'm pretty liking them. They remind me of the latest gen of Niji Sanji talents as well. So, you know. Have you met First Stage by any chance? Like, male-only corporal? First Stage? Have you met my... Oh wait, yes. Oh wait, then Face Connect? Face Connect is then different, wait. Yeah, as you can see, I'm really bad with names. I thought you meant them because, you know. Okay, let me Google then. Oh shit, I cannot Google just like this. Oh my fucking god. My fucking god, give me that. No. Gotta be on. Why is everyone as lolis? Is this a new one? Why everyone is lolis? Third generation. Why the fuck is everyone as lolis? Why the fuck there's Millie from Niji Sanji? Gotta be honest, I'm not into the loli girls. I'm just gonna state it here. I'm not into genuinely corporal girls VTubers. And God for sure not into the lolis. I'm sorry, it's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry. I'm into man. Sorry. Guys, I live 24/7 with my own self. Do you think I wanna watch someone with the same voice as I have? But even squeakier? No, really. Oh, good that you're singing the new Gen Peachy song. New Gen Peachy song? Huh? Personally, I tend to shy away from the big name streamers because I feel like if they have a superior telling them what to say and such, it's gonna lose the pizzazz of pure streamer, no company. I mean, I don't think that they're gonna meet that much of the... Even in indie, there's a lot of people who is gonna try to pretend that they're not indie. They're gonna try to act full on a big corp of VTuber guys and boys and girls. Yeah, so... I don't know. I think a lot of even corp VTubers are pretty genuine with what they're saying, how they're saying and stuff. They just have a little bit more filters and stuff. But we all have filters, guys. If we didn't have filters on us, every Twitch streamer would be having at least one ban in their life. At least one. Or maybe basically perished from the first stream. First stage production, there are a few new boys. Okay, I need to Google again then. Boys! I just Googled and I see only girls, like solely girls. Oh wait, we're talking about first... Oh wait, it's about the first stage again. First... See, I'm really bad with names, guys. I'm really fucking bad with the names. If we're talking about first stage, I know who we're talking about. I saw the boys. Cool boys, nice boys. Wait, 5? They're 5? What? Oh yeah, they're 5. Holy shit. No, wait, it's different. This one. Oh wait! First Stage Productions, the one who did the Lucy and Gale kid. It's them? Holy shit, they know their shit. They know their shit. I so respect them at this point. Holy moly, that's cool. That's cool, man. Want the links? No, I know them. Personally, I don't see why we need to have filters on streams. No, we do need to have filters on streams, in my opinion, because I don't know if you saw like how Twitch were before and stuff like this. There was a lot of bullying because of that shit. There was a lot of bullying, there was a lot of unhinged shits. I don't think that is okay. I don't think it's okay. Dante, hello! Look in the sea. Like, back in the days, one of the reasons why I started initially streaming and, you know, streaming without my face and stuff, basically because of the weirdos who was really fucking sexual towards me, who was really objectifying me and stuff. Even as a VTuber, I get objectified a lot just because I'm a woman, so I don't really want that shit. And back in the days, it was even harsher because people did not have the fucking filters on. One of the reasons, yet again, I'm not even in the Russian community that much, because in the Russian community still there's a lot of people who think that there's still 2018 out there and you can say what they're saying, basically. You can act as you act. As they act, basically. So that's one of the reasons actually I'm not in the Russian VTubing. One of the like millions of reasons. So yeah, that's just sad reality. Good night, milady. Good night. What do you mean? At least one constant band is it is with whom? With whom? With people who cannot hold their tongues? The song Peaches by the band of I see. I was talking about the Peaches song from the Mario. And one is, well, he kind of resembles Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. The one from the new one, the crazy dude one. Wasn't he like just like crazy, like like just like something like Ловушка Джакушкера. I pretty well act the way I act when in other people's streams, minus the swearing. I tone it down when when I'm someone else's space, because you know how to act, because you're a normal person, because you're a good person. But a lot of people, sadly, they don't think that they need to do anything because of the anonymity of the internet. They think that they can say anything, they can do anything, they can do everything, basically. And this is what I fucking hate about people who still thinks that it's 2018 out there. Because as much as it was fun in certain places, right? Because, you know, so much freedom, yada yada yada. There was so much harmful shits out there. So many harmful things. Like, I even got to the point, like, imagine, I got to the point that I was accepting the... How you say it? Misogyny is different, right? Basically, they hate towards me just because of my sex, because it was a norm. I was accepting it. I was trying to like deflect and blah blah blah, but I was kind of like accepting that this is what it is. Imagine. So it is not normal. It is not okay. So I think that internet and like spaces like Twitch and YouTube should have like filters. Should, especially considering that, you know, there's still children out there. They don't have their own space nowadays, like anywhere. They don't have their own, like, I don't know, TV programs that much. They don't have their, I don't know, even in McDonald's, they don't have their own space anymore. So basically, no, they didn't really have their own space, so they go into adult spaces even more than back in the days, guys. Like any other child is going to the adult spaces, so it's, you know. I don't really care, you know, it's your children, so the whole internet should not bend towards your child. I stand by it. Like, I'm gonna stand by it until the end I die. Like, the internet should not bend to your child. If you're not able to give them the certain spaces, like, I don't know, if you're not able to buy them the old console so they're not gonna go to internet but still have fun with games or something like this, it's not my fucking problem if they're gonna go to my stream that is labeled 16 plus and they're gonna hear the swearing, and after this they're gonna go to school and say fuck. I don't fucking care. Get the fuck out of here. So yeah. Nope, Ashkariel. I've called him Ashkariel already. Ashkariel. I need to see how he looks like. Gold, привет, hello, how you doing? I have Gishi, I have a cheese. Gishichi. No! You see, that's the point. You're just trying to be you, a good and humble person. Yeah, man, 2018 was like a peace walk compared to early. I mean, yeah, but we're talking about, like, you know, when Twitch was already a thing, like, kind of popular thing still, but still a little bit underground, a little bit. So, like, still popular, right? But a little bit underground. So there's a lot of people, but there's still, like, you know, not that much of the rules, right? So I remember it because, you know, I literally started to be there. But I remember the early 10s internet because, you know, early zeros, 2000s, I was a child. I was a child. I was not there. I did not have such an access to the internet, and to be fair, I did not have such an interest in the internet. So yeah, basically, you are not acting the way other people are just because you're a normal person. Having, yes. Plan for cute. Who? Я хожу от человека, передай привет. Ну ты же милашка, Голден. Спасибо большое. I wasn't in any chat boards or chat messengers till I got to go to college in 2016. Holy moly, you came. Maybe that's why you're not, you know, maybe that's why you're still sweet person, you know? Mimic was child. Yes, Mimic was child. There was a little chest. There was a little teeny tiny chest. So yeah, that's why filters should exist. Filters, restrictions and stuff, but not for the children. Okay, the children I take it back. I take it back because I don't fucking care about children. I mean, I do care about the children, but I don't care about the children on the internet because whole fucking internet cannot bend to the old children on the internet, right? So this is what the parents should actually act upon. There should be certain protection, of course, against the predators, yada yada yada. But you cannot protect it fully. You cannot. No matter how hard you're gonna try, no matter, like, they did the whole fucking comment section closing, yada yada, all the separate YouTube, like YouTube Kids, blah blah. But did it help with the child predators? No. Did it help? No. No, there's still so many spaces that are still unprotected, and there's still so many ways of children to be wanted to not to be protected. Like, I'm a victim of the really bad fucking situation on the internet. I'm a huge victim. I don't know if I ever gonna be able to say something like, I don't think that even like the closest people of mine know, but I just know that children will find a way themselves. Trust me. So I just that's one of the reasons why I think that the internet should not bend to the children. There should be certain protections, of course, should be certain monitorings, but internet should not and will never be able to bend fully to the demands of the like parents or something like this. Take fucking care of your own children yourself, okay? If you cannot, don't fucking breathe, you motherfucker. Condoms does not expensive like this. It should come right off their relatives. Remember days when kids could go out alone in neighborhood? Remember? Now kids can go on other room. I mean, now parents just being overprotective, gotta be honest. Now parents are just like, you know, going crazy. Back in the day, school did not have that much of the protection, but you know, after a couple of the attacks, you know, school starts to be protected. Like, it's the same how my grandma said, like, she was running away from the school when she was little because, like, she just didn't like school or something like this. And like, when I was like, she said it when I was saying, like, basically that my mom was giving me to the, how to say it, like, after school section kind of thingy, which I did not need it because, you know, my mom was not working woman, so I could just like go home and, you know, do my shit. So I didn't like it. I begged my mom to not to get me there, and my grandma was just like, why did you just like run away from the school at this point? And I was like, because there is the fucking security. There's a security. Ладно, Гиша, я пойду дальше. Твой привет, я тоже украду и передам дальше. Да, спасибо большое, Голоден. Хорошего тебе денечка. Спасибо большое, солнце. My parents didn't care if I just left, then I was 5. What? Oh my god, I hate how we don't have music, but I cannot listen to the music because I will have a copyright restrictions. Wait, there's a couple of musics that should not be copyright restricted. No. Okay, I guess this. This music does not really fit the theme, but you know, it is what it is. It's better than nothing. So yeah, basically, what I was about to say. What I was about to add, guys. Restrictions. They are now rolling out an ID system. Yeah, that's actually a good thing. To get on the YouTube and other sites in the US say that you have to show or submit the driver's license or government ID to use the 18 plus function, but if you have already been on the web for a long time, you don't need to. Oh wait, that's weird. How they gonna connect the dots? Even if children will be absolutely protected, they'll find a way to bypass this protection. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, people, like parents, like, you know, stupid parents, stupid government. They're like, oh, we should protect children. We should protect like the web space for children. Blah 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 blah. And I mean, like, yeah, like certain moments, certain points, like certain spaces. Yeah. But you cannot protect it fully. You can never protect it fully because children themselves will bypass it. Children themselves will try to go to the harm way. Children themselves will not understand. Like, for example, sorry for touching this subject, but children will not understand where they getting groomed. They will not understand any of those shits, and maybe some of them even will want to because they're like, oh, that's a funny that's a funny concept. I like the concept because I read like this manhwa and I got to like the idea of being fucking, I don't know, kidnapped or something like this. Children are gonna be stupid like this, right? Even adults are being stupid like this, right? So of course they're gonna do some shit. So no matter how you're gonna try to protect the spaces, even like, I don't know, with IDs and stuff, the children gonna find a way. I don't know, they're gonna go outside and they're gonna see the QR code and they're just gonna scan it, like the QR code without any message attached to it. They're just gonna scan it and it's gonna go lead them to the fucking porn site. They're gonna steal their whole information or something like this. I swear to God! So, I don't know. I used to jump between roofs when I was 10 in India. I mean, a lot of people were doing that. I was doing that as well. I was not jumping, I was just sitting on the roof, by the way. And that's why my whole school was like the school from Crows. We had a fight with each other on a daily basis. I mean, gotta be honest, if your school was like the school from Crows, that was a fucking awesome. Sorry. As long as it's not the school from the Blue Spring, it was awesome. Finally finished my favorite genre. I missed the timing. What? Protect kids by not letting them go on Roblox the party map. Yeah, there's like even Roblox. Come on, like inside of the game, there's so many. I bet you in Genshin, like, you know, there's been like whole another game mode where you can like build your shits, blah blah blah. Just you wait until there's going to be proximity chat, and just you fucking wait until there's going to be the situations of the PDF files erupting there. Just you fucking wait. I'm telling you, the time of this is so fucking near. I disappeared because I was a bit sad. That happens to all of us. Something has happened to break my animal for many days. Animal? Younglings are not stupid. Like, my younger brother is so good at overclocking that I'm going to send my future PC case to him. Oh, that's cool. I mean, youngest are not stupid. That's the thing. That's why they can bypass shit. They're stupid at the things that comes to their mental health, though. They're stupid at that one because I just remember, like, you know, my whole life, basically, and I remember even though I was not stupid, pretty much. Like, I consider myself not really stupid, right? But I was stupid what was considered, like, the mental health and stuff, because, you know, I was not educated on that shit. I was not aware of that shit reflecting upon me in any case, because, you know, families. So, yeah, I was stupid mentally, basically. I might be smart, like, logically and yada yada yada, but I didn't know the consequences of my mental health, basically. Gishichi Magic! Hello! How you doing? How you doing? Magic! How you doing? If everyone starts to protect any part of the society, then who will protect this part of the society from whose protectors? Yeah, it's the... I don't know. The easy analogy, maybe... Not analogy, even, just like... it's a little rent. Swings. Swings at the children playgrounds. I don't know if you have it in your countries, but in my country already, since I was even in school, like I was in the middle school or in high school, and they starts to remake all the playgrounds I had, you know, since I was small, like in my area, and they redid all the swings as well, and all the swings starts to be like, I don't know, specifically for children, like, I don't know, max of 7 to 8 years old, considering how fast children are growing right now. I was so bamboozled. I was like, what the fuck? And small children, by the way, like if the child is a little bit even overweight, it's going to be really hard to get into the swings, in my opinion. So that's one of the reasons. That's one of the ways to show, basically, fuck you adults. This is a children's place. We don't consider you as person who can have fun on the swings. That's just a rant. It's not about the thingy. I go, how's you? I wanna sleep. I wanna sleep, Magic. But instead of sleep, I'm drawing back shots. Man, children gotta be stupid. I just went to amusement park in Tennessee over the weekends, and one of my extended families is a teacher. Thank you so much to the pet. A teacher down there, and they saw 2 of their students. They're trying to beat a world record of riding a wooden roller coaster 50 times in the park day. They got 43 times before the park closed. Okay, this one I don't understand what's wrong with it, what's bad with it, because I never been to amusement park, guys, so I cannot say nothing. Nah, it wasn't proper. Human beings shouldn't fight over school pizza. No tipo камон школьная pizza. Okay, this one I accept. Imagine gang fighting over cafeteria. Okay, this one is not okay. Peter Pan, right? It is. No, like actually, like imagine I was even like in the middle school myself. I was not even in the I was in the middle school when they started to do all of this shit, and I was already pretty. I'm not like, you know, I am 5'2", right? And that means I'm not that tall, right? That tall, especially when I was in the middle school, right? But I was already kind of like a little bit uncomfortable on those swings because they're so fucking low. They're so fucking uncomfortable. They're so small. Like, just I don't know. Like, why? What's the reason? When I was growing up, we were barely able to go to the swings because they were so high up. And they were really wide as well. So, I don't fucking understand what's wrong of continue making those. What's wrong? I had fun of those. Is that a bad thingy though? I think so, yes. P2, сколько это в локтях? Sorry for... 160, 161 or so. Wooden roller coasters are very rough. The brain's gonna be rattled to no tomorrow. Ah, I didn't even know that wooden roller coasters are still exist. I thought that they ceased to exist due to due to safety. Gishi, can I show you the roller coaster? I found it on YouTube. Oh, I guess? I was feeling down and I was feeling out of the place and I was feeling empty. That is set to here. That is set to here. You can sit here and feel maybe a little bit at peace with us. So yeah, basically, I'm gonna send on this one. Adults should be able to swing the swings. Adults should be able to swing the swing. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's not only about sex here, you know. It's swing the swings as well. Yeah. Let me drink some tea. Oh, it's already cooled down. Nice. On Discord, here is going to be blocked. Tea. I think Discord might be much better because chat is blocking stuff. Yeah, chat is blocking stuff, guys. So back in the days, as I heard from my Saka, chat at least, like if it was blocked in chat, basically you as a host were able to see the links. But apparently since like 2 years ago or something like this, you're not able to see the links anymore yourself. This is so stupid, by the way. Like, why? Why? What if I want to see the link? What if I want to see cheap viewers thinking? Swing the swing, yeah, swing the swing. Like, come on, when was the last time you were swinging the swing, guys? When I was in Philippines, there was one swingy. I swinged it, but I was a little bit scared to swing it in the further, gotta be honest, because it was rustling a little bit, and I was afraid of, you know, breaking my fucking legs and arms while I was outside of the country. I mean, I had insurance, but you know, I wanted to be in one piece while I'm still in there, so I was a little bit scared. But man, I had so much fun. I love fucking swings. Like, I don't know, swings. I mean, slides not that much, I guess. Swings. That one swings. You know, when you and your other friend, like, or person, like, on the other side, you know, and you're like going up and down, you know. I don't know how you call it, but I love the shit out of it, because how me and my girlfriends were doing this, we were trying to like to bump on this thingy so fucking hard. So, you know, by the fucking physics, when you're gonna swing up, you're gonna actually like fly a little bit from your seat. It was so fucking funny. I don't know why, but it was so fucking funny. That's the reason of my disappearance. I understand, Dante. We all have those times. That's okay. Man, that was I was saying to my friends when I brought them to my child ground. Yes, yes. And Putin, ребята, do you have the spider web? Did you have the spider web, guys? Did you have those like literally big ass constructions that is resembling a literal web? Did you have those? I don't know if you had like in other countries. Putinka, yes. Welcome in, pretty boy. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Gishichi and I'm a VTuber. Currently, we are talking about childhood and children's playgrounds and how we want the swings to be swingable for adults as well, because adults deserve to swing as well. Welcome, hi, how you doing? Welcome, and we're drawing as well. Before we start to yap, we were drawing actually as well. Here's the back shots. Say thank you. don't say thank you. And we were watching Mugen's video about Cinder's document, because for the loves of me, my ADHD will not allow me to read this much. What were you doing? Doing good. I have to get ready for the classes. Okay! Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Mokyu? Twins, thank you so much. Twins, thank you so much for the follow. 新しい友達できた。嬉しいね。Thank you so much for the follow. Did I say that I'm a mimic VTuber, guys? Did I say that? Did I say that? I'm gonna say that. I'm a mimic VTuber. Tiberian, hello. Vlog, hello again. And Twins, hello again. Welcome, everybody. What did animation work? Oh, animation work for today class? For today class? I do like. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a great classes today. Thank you. Bye bye. I'm awaiting you like this. Bye bye. Bye. Thank you so much, the Raider. Mimics rocks. My bro will love you. Yippee! Look how can I like how I can do. Look. Mom. He's the indie cactus. Oh, is that pure chance why he raided me because I'm a mimic? I mean, I don't really consider myself as a... Oh, by the way, we're drawing Mimic right now. We're drawing literally, we're literally drawing, reference shit for the Mimic character. it's my brother. It's my brother, guys. It's Cleric the Mimic. It's my brother. It's my brother. This is his initial, reference shit. I'm just doing basically the redrawing, basically. So yeah, but I don't consider myself that much of the DBD. Yeah, DBD, of course. D&D Mimic. I'm just a Mimic. I'm just a man. Gisha, drop the clip. Okay. Okay. No, he has no, he has rated before. It is because you're a great artist. Wait, rated before? Wait. Oh, wait. I'm so fucking... Wait, I thought I rated them. I thought I rated... I thought I rated him. I thought I rated him. Okay, I gotta be... I gotta say it again. I said it already multiple times, according to... In spam of 1 hour and 30 minutes, I already said it multiple times, but I'm really bad with names. But when I saw when I saw his profile picture, I already understood who he is. Or you rated him? I think I rated him. But it's so cool, thank you! Oh, that's so sweet! Oh, that's so sweet! I like that the great artist like helps me a lot as well. Ah, Epic! Hello, how you doing? Beep beep beep! Beep beep! Beep beep! I do remember that Gishi rated him before. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm really bad with names. I don't know, can you fix it somehow? Because I don't think that it's connected to my memory in general. Like... Oh no, I guess it's connected to my memory. Like, it's connected to the thing that I have a photographic memory, mostly. I guess. Ник поменял сюда. Хорошо, приходилочки. Душка нормально. I'm a little bit tired, though. But I might be bamboozling your memory. You're not bamboozling. I remember what I remember. I have a good memory if it contains pictures. So if you're gonna send me nudes, I'm gonna remember every fucking pickle in it. Okay, let's continue. So yeah, all the raiders, if you need to take care of yourselves, if you need to drink something, blah blah blah, all of this good stuff for your body, please do it, okay? Oi, not this time when we was talking about frozen milk. Oh yeah, by the way, the roller coaster videos. Where is it? Oh, it's the... Oh my god, the videos on YouTube. Am I the only one who gets such a long loading at the YouTube recently?
Rod roller coaster at Dollywood theme park that you on a car seat that they use.
Seat. Oh, it is
Lightning Rod
wooden.
was considered the
Oh,
fastest wooden roller coaster in the world. There's no maximum. And let's go for a ride on the Lightning Rod.
I thought it's prohibited already to do the wooden, no? It sounds really, you know, a little bit like you're gonna die, no? Boy. No, I don't know why I don't trust this. Ah! 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 Boy, why those things are so low? What if the person is like 2 meters? Well, why? Why is it so low? What if the person is like accidentally will put his hands out of there? Oh, oi, 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 oi! Why the card is so unsteady? Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! I mean, the vision is cool. Like, I like the, you know, the mountains, or what the fuck is this? Like the hills. I like it, but. Oh no, 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 no. And imagine the maintenance of this shit.
Wraps up our ride on the Lightning Rod at
No, lightning D's. Lightning D's. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We have wooden roller coasters here too. Holy shit! I thought it's prohibited already. Hex, hello, welcome. How you doing? I thought it's prohibited. Mama, mama. Русские горки rush. Do we have those? Gotta write it like 50 times in a row. What do you mean wooden is not a good one? I think it's really unsafe, no? Did you saw those like this low pieces of metal, or what the fuck was it while he was riding? What if you're just gonna put your hands out there? What if you're just 2 meters? You're just gonna play the final fucking destination, no? As long as you maintain them, it's fine. It's a lot of money to keep it safe. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot of money. So isn't it easier to like rebuild it? I know that, you know, rebuilding it is not that easy, but isn't it gonna cost you lesser in the long term? No? Because wooden... Oh my god, I cannot imagine to maintain the wooden ones. All of this like rotting processes. Oh, no. What if you're just gonna got termites and that's all? What if some shit-ass teenager just gonna put one or couple of termites there? Just imagine this silly little prank he's gonna pull out, huh? Imagine. Now, what is 30 stuff? Man, I don't know. I have an irrational scares of wood for some reason. I mean, I did live in the wooden homes multiple times, but I don't know. But watachi yaraget, right? Tachi yaraget, but come on, like imagine, you're just gonna put some of them. That's why their hills have a lot of supports. But what if one is just gonna get out of there? What if we're just gonna like munch on one of them? Jackrabbit is the oldest operation wooden roller coaster built in 1935. It's older than my grandma. Num. Are you eating wooden roller coaster? Hi, Baka. Why you eating the wood? Why you eating the wood? Nah. I guess I'm a little bit more scared of all of these things because I've never been to the roller coaster in general. I'm a bit irrational.
Pages of proof linking a Google Doc. And yes, just like I said, unfortunately, it's real. It's actually 1,000 pages. 99.99% of people did not bother reading the whole thing. And honestly,
why not?
I don't blame
Why,
them.
yes?
There are many people who sought to understand what the hell's in this document through summaries, TLDRs, and honestly, nothing can truly tell you unless you go through it yourself. You have to see the small details, the wording used, the way things were written, presented.
Yeah.
Made a video on what happened back in April of 2025. I figured that it's my responsibility to make a video about this response.
You need
Purely
specifics.
because I hate myself, but also because no one else would. And again, I don't blame them. So make sure to have a seat because this is going to be my longest video ever made, where I present you this document in the most objective way possible. So without further
Imagine
ado,
all this.
let's
Manjeras had
but
wooden
first, a
beams
sponsor
for
I'm
support
sure
as well.
you'll find interesting. I love anime. I'm sure you do too. Problem is, if you want to play a game that's anime themed, then most likely it'll have gacha mechanics. Well, Duet Night Abyss noticed that. It was meant to be a gacha game, but took the decision.
I saw so many commercials of this game in my TikTok algorithm because I guess it's just Japanese game and they have a lot of promotions on TikTok. For some reason, Japanese people thinks that TikTok, TikTok is a amazing place to buy the promotions in, and I mean in some ways yes, but still. Basically, I saw that a lot of people saw the plagiarism here, so here we go. There's already accusations of plagiarism to this game.
As they were gathering player feedback to just remove the gacha system completely. No stamina limits, no soft pity, no 50-50. The only monetization in this game is cosmetic, and that is it. And other than the fact this game is, really pretty, the gameplay is where it truly shines. You can earn characters, weapons, and a bunch of different rewards just for playing this anime RPG, whether it be through the story, boss challenges, or just in co-op. I'm sure you'll find something you'll enjoy in this game. Not to mention that it's free, respects its players' time, and is available on both PC and mobile, both Android and iOS. And the best part in all of this is that it's coming out now. More specifically on the 28th of October, so if that sounds interesting to you, then make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment to get the game today, including up to 107 free polls and 7 free characters. Thank you so much, Duet Night Abyss, for sponsoring this video. Alright, so as I mentioned, this document is actually 1,000 pages. The way it's divided is in 13 different sections. These, of course, can vary. One could have 4 pages, the other one could have 230. Some of these sections are dedicated to specific people, most notably the ones who posted the most damaging
There's one
Google
dedicated
Docs
for
back in April of
me.
2025. We're going to read the first 3 sections together, seeing that they're less than like 25 pages total. And then throughout
Since
the other
I don't know
sections,
how
I'll be
fast
doing
it
a
is.
combination of reading, plus summarizing, plus skipping all the repetitive parts because this document was written terribly. I can guarantee you it was not a pleasant read. And the last thing I'm going to say before I start is that after reading the first section titled An Overdue Response, I'm going to have a few disclaimers before we keep going. These will be fairly important in the grand scheme of things. So no more stalling, let's actually get to reading.
I imagine stolen.
Hi, it's been over 5 months since everything happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people
What is this
closest to me.
music playing?
It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when
Yeah,
Nanolis and
what
Bao
other-
posted their documents
It's just I
together
don't
after I had finished
understand,
streaming earlier in the
man.
night.
I don't
was awake for
understand how
almost
fast it
48
is. I don't
hours by
use
the time I posted
Carve.
my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when
I
it
don't
was written.
feel
I was
how fast
blindsided
it
by
is, you
any of
know?
this
For me,
coming
it's just
out and
numbers.
accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with a growing list of allegations, and didn't have time to put it all
Wait, what do you
together
mean she didn't have
cohesively
access?
anyways. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly
fair.
accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough. It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability
Have
to
you
face
never
any of
ridden
this
a car
again. I
before or
couldn't look at
something?
anything Cinder
Never!
related without breaking down. All of my fans that looked up to me
I mean,
were
I
led to believe
ride,
was evil
but
and
never
encouraged to destroy
drawn.
or donate my merch.
And if you ride
Almost
the car, you
everyone
know
I
you
knew or
don't really
cared about
look
turned
at the
on me in an
speedometer.
instant. Anyone who's ever had anything to say about me,
You just
did.
look outside
I
the
had
window.
Only one of my close friends messaged me after everything was out there. I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations, so I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red, and we worked things out between ourselves.
I use
We
trains
were both ready to
and
he helped me with
buses,
the long
you know?
process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post all at once in one place. So yeah, already one hell of a way to start the 1,000-page novel, right? Next up, we'd have a subsection called Purpose of this document, with 5 different bullet points. The
I mean,
first
I
one
don't
would
think that
say,
you should
"To
put like
present
purpose
the
of
full
this
story and the
document when
facts and
it's
evidence around what happened
you
with
know,
complete transparency,
it's
defend
obvious that you
myself
just
against
need to
what's been
state
said about
something.
me, and provide mine and Red's perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. The second point would be to take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years, whether they were revealed in the original documents or not. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. Point 3 would say, dispel rumors, misconceptions,
What
and
masterpiece
theories
you're
about
drawing?
me, show
Got
how
a
and
mission
why
for
things
my
actually
brother
occurred, and
Mimic.
point out and refute
Reference
discrepancies
shit,
and unlies in the
basically.
claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. Point 4 would say, this document contains speculation. Baseless accusations are made against me
Speculation.
without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. So yeah, just so you know, since I actually read the document, most of this speculation would be in the 8th section of the document, titled The Breakdown. There would also be some in Silvervale's section. Objectively speaking, when you say speculation with someone who has such a loyal audience like Cinder, the one thing that comes to mind is how dangerous that is. But anyway, we'll get to that
I
later.
mean-
The 5th point would say, this document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I am doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting the original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense, you are not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of Rogue community members against my principles.
Because
So
according
these
to
5
Google,
reasons
no,
outline
my
her
man,
purpose, but it does make it a
I
point at
cannot.
the end to tell her community members do not
I'm trying
harass
right now
anyone
to
because
look
you're
like-
not a part of that community. That's always an important thing to add when you're a content creator with the community. Cinder then says, I have been made out to be a two-faced,
So
greedy,
many
jealous,
readings.
psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged,
didn't
and
have
betrayed
to.
those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This
Trying
was
to
a
give you an
complete
idea how
public
fast I
assassination of
will
my
not
character
still
over lies
understand.
and
Listen.
assumptions, followed by my cancellation.
Listen, I will not still understand how fast it is. Because 20 is like child's walk for us. Because everything is different. You know, it's different. How everyone is driving different, blah blah blah, it's different. So I will not understand until I feel, you know, until I feel certain numbers. I will not understand. Sorry.
And disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me.
I'm just a
I could
man.
have just continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views this situation garnered. I could have let everyone forget about this and
Okay,
come
it's
back like
beauty.
nothing ever
He
happened, but
goes
it's not
love
true,
this.
and I couldn't
Thank
allow
you.
myself to
She's
move on
trying
without
to
making
imply
things right.
imply
Everything that's come
overloads
out,
like
and
G
stories
and
that
stuff.
followed have been blown way out of proportion and
G?
turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red
Original
and I
G?
have done nothing wrong, and all of that will be addressed here. But the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them
How
would have
fast
to
I
have
mean
been
when you
fake for
next-
the story told about me.
No!
I believe that there were 2 people responsible for how things played out, with a third person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanoless lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red, sat back, and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. Silverveil took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The only 2 people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. She's of course referring to herself and Red. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should just leave them out for the people I still care for or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all of the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. To show that I stand by everything written here, and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up my part ownership position of gamer subs. I've worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. Gamer subs suffered a lot of damage when all the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Each tab in this document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. We're intended to read each section, and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. The first few sections, being Nanoless, Bao, V-Card, and Numi's concert and Chai Lily, culminate in the section breaking down what you've seen about them, with the last few sections of this document being standalone. Otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either. Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI. I understand some of the things in this document may be damaging to the people involved.
No AI?
They understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them too. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves and decide what really happened, and if I really am the person you were led to believe me to be. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. So yeah, one hell of a thing to start things off. And already we have some pretty hefty accusations, with Cinder blaming Shylily, Nanolist, and Silverveil of going after her on purpose. Later in the document, you'll get to make up your own opinion.
Guys,
after
this is
seeing
how
the
you do,
proof
by the
that
way,
she
like,
provides. The next
other
section
side
of
of
this
the person.
document is titled Redacted, in which she speaks about, well, her partner.
What?
Before we get into that though, I have some pretty important disclaimers, starting with the first one. Some people, even after reading this first section, already had doubts. For example, with Cinder saying she didn't use AI, saying that there's no way you could possibly write 1,000 pages yourself. That's crazy. Well, after having read these pages myself, I can tell you right now, no AI was used. In fact, there's one specific typo in which Red forgets to finish a sentence that you'll find halfway through the video that completely caught me off guard, and I left it in the video. So you'll get to actually see my confusion. Another thing that people doubted from the moment this document was posted was Cinder saying this document will not be edited and posted either. The reason why people started having doubts shortly after this was posted was because not even an hour afterwards,
Thank you so
some
much for the
sections would start to be missing pages.
ね。
So I took the time to research it. On my browser, the Nanolist document would be sitting at around 173 pages. Some people would claim that Nano's section used to be 230 pages. Others would say that it was 210. So where did all these pages go? Why is there so much confusion? Well, thanks to a viewer of mine by the name of Derek, I was able to get my
So your
hands on
brother
an
is
archived
like,
link of
this
the
is-
document when it was first
this in-
uploaded. It takes
Yeah?
way too long to load the section on the top left, but I can't really blame it since it's 1,000 pages. In the Nano section from the archived document, we could see that the page count is actually different. It was actually off by many pages. So I sat down, put on my detective hat, and compared every word, every single subsection and image included, and my conclusion is that it was the same exact document, word for word. I tried to do this with other sections too. Nothing had changed. So what gives? Well, it seems like it has to do with both your aspect ratio on your monitor and your resolution. At a 16:9 aspect ratio on a 4K resolution, this document
he's all
of
blue.
Nanos
I
is
don't know.
184 pages. If I were to make my browser go from horizontal to vertical, the page count all of a sudden becomes 116. Yeah,
Oh.
it's that stupid. So this simply means that the page count's different on the archived version because the person who archived its monitor showed that page count in particular based on the resolution and aspect ratio. So yeah, fairly important disclaimer because I've seen quite a few people throw this accusation around. As far as I can tell, it is false. Cinder truly didn't use AI and truly didn't change anything in the document since publishing it. The third important disclaimer,
I
and
don't know
promise
why,
I'm
but I
almost
trust
done here,
Mugen.
is the fact that this
know.
document took a very long time to make. And Cinder indirectly showed us proof of that. On page 205 of the 8th section titled The Breakdown, Cinder would be talking to us about something that happened in Cinder's lore video that she made for her May 2025 debut. Now, Cinder would link an image of the video's thumbnail where we can clearly see it was uploaded 3 weeks ago. The video was uploaded on August 2nd, 2025, and Cinder had posted her Google Doc on October 8th, 2025. This means that we can confirm without any speculation
This Google
that Cinder
document
had worked on her
was-
document for
was
at
doing
least 5 whole weeks.
a long
But
way.
honestly, I think
Was
it
creating long way.
way
Because he's
long.
covering every
That's
corner
because in
of this
document,
so-called
you would
drama.
just
Yep.
have many different screenshots of
Yep.
DMs from very different timelines. You also
I mean,
have
this is
sections
yet
in
again.
which
I don't want to. I know it's too much shade already, but Rimu, for example, what she was doing in her Google Docu reading, she was occasional like throwing shades and some, for example, things that like Cinder stated in her document, and she was like, well, if only, like, for example, you offered to pay, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it was not exclusivity contract you were offering. It was just a blacklist of the certain people, blah, 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 blah. When, nonetheless, at this point already, like, for a week or so, like, how to say it? Like, it was already a week or so since nonetheless released her own statement about the situation. And said, basically, yeah, they offered me a contract, by the way, for money. Yeah, they did. So basically, all this Remus, and I wouldn't be so mad at it if Remo didn't do it like multiple times. She was like, "Ha, it's just blacklisting. Ha, it's just blacklisting. Ha, it's just blacklisting. It's not the contract. It's not blah blah blah." But Data's nonetheless herself already at that point of like for 1 week or so, like it's been already 1 week since Nautilus stated that it was actually an exclusivity contract, like it was offered to her. But the emo still continues saying like basically ha no, and I still don't understand how no of her like followers or managers or editors said to her basically like, Remo, can you stop? can you read this one document that Nautilus herself released? Can you stop? Because it's getting embarrassing at this point. And it is embarrassing, I'm sorry. So this is my huge bias because I was listening to Remo trying to cover the document. That's why. I was listening to her like 5-hour streams, blah blah blah. I was, because I'm interested in the situation, but I don't have the much capacity of reading it, you know? So I just vent, basically. I just vent. Remo was reading diagonally, matey. What do you mean? Diagonally? What the hell it do with this? Oh, my sister and Magic Cat has arrived. Hello, Domi. Hello, my brother. How you doing? How you doing? Are you waiting for your Gishidayo? Why don't you put your proofs right on instant? Don't you remember your oopsies like a ride on any moment? Wait, what? What are we talking about? But yeah, basically, I'm just a little bit crashing out because I was listening to hours and hours on her rambling about basically how no matter what, Cinder is still cool, Shylil is still cool. Cinder is still bad, Shylil is still cool, poor Bao, and yada yada. So her statement did not change like at all. And from time to time, she would actually put the shade on Nautilus, basically. Oh yeah, Nautilus, get a backbone. But mostly she was just like, oh yeah, Nautilus, pull Nautilus. She was manipulated. She was manipulated on the internet. Adult fucking women were manipulated by her commissioner. Oh fucking really? Alright, Magishi. Yippee! I will try to send them to Mara. Yeah, today. Actually, I'm not sleepy anymore. And I really hope to maybe finish this reference shit today because it's about time. I've been stolen enough. I've been stealing enough. Wait, there, your brother is dominant? What? Don't ask about this, please, Dante. Don't ask about all of these things, please. Касательно поинтов Рима, все ее приоритетки, они потеряются к приколам типа, а почему ты раньше не ответила? Да, почему ты раньше не ответила? Yeah, why didn't you answer earlier? Why didn't you why didn't you, basically, how do I say it? Why didn't you... How do I explain it? Like, if we're talking about Cinder or Red, she's always going to be like, oh yeah, Nautilus wasn't able to say anything because every time she was talking to Red, she were to be manipulated, and every time she went from Red to any other person, she were to change her mind because other person said how fucked up the situation Red put her in is. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this point? If person talks to you and they're like doing some shit according to how they talk to you, and after this they're going to other person and talk to other person and changing their mind on your situation with this person, are you always should be at fault? I mean, she's not saying for sure, but she has a point. I don't know, matey. I don't know. She have a point from time to time, but in this situation, she was too biased. She was too biased. She was too unfocused. Gotta be honest. Like, she was too unfocused. She was too lightweighted on the whole situation because, you know, who the fuck at this point, I guess, like, she's like, Cinder. Like, it's the same with Niji-sanji. Like, if they cover in any Niji-sanji that already, like, have the position, basically, we're gonna shit talk on Niji, whatever it is, and that's all. Not Rima, but drama's participants. I guess. But yeah, basically, I just don't like how she was insensitive in a lot of ways. Insensitive, but in the same time, she was hypersensitive and hyper empathetic to, for example, to Nautilus, which Nautilus did not deserve, at my opinion, at this point. Like, since we saw the statement of Nautilus on her Discord, I don't have any empathy to her anymore. I don't. I completely see Nautilus right now as a character as was just indulgent in the conversations with Red, with gossipers, blah blah blah, was leaking the worst. Like, for example, Remo did not react anything to it, like in any bad manner towards Nautilus when Nano was accused and showed and proved of basically leaking her works to other person.
Why you not drinking, huh?
Basically, and Red did not do like any punishments towards that when Nautilus deadass like showed basically like, yeah, I leaked your work. Nautilus made a joke basically how, oh look, after this Red was able to execute her or something like this. Like, what the fuck? Like, first of all, he did not. Second of all, even if he did, she leaked her work to friend, to not to friend, no matter what. You leaked it. You leaked it to the person from the same kind of community. It's a little bit. It's under NDA for a reason. I just don't like Rima's way of reviewing stuff. It's not journalism. It's just like you're yapping on. Yeah. This is fair. This is fair. Like she's just gonna like be talking. She's not gonna put her mind into that much. If she's gonna put her own opinion, if only this opinion is received by the masses, basically she's gonna say her bias is like. Again, with Cinder, she's gonna be like, Cinder and Red is so like toxic, blah blah blah. But she's gonna say it only to them. She's not gonna say something like, oh yeah, Shy Lily like is so manipulative. Actually, she's not really. She's a little bit sus in the situation. She's not gonna say that because everyone don't like the masses thinks different. I noticed that. I noticed this pattern really much in hers, and I mean like. If you want to be popular, I guess this is what you're supposed to do. Like, you're not gonna put too much biases into the unpopular opinions places. But, like, you know, it doesn't make me respect her more. Same goes with False Eyes being... Oh, no, fucking... he can go fuck himself. With Rima, at least, I cannot say that. False Eyes can go fuck himself. Fucking Red, fucking disgusting person, fucking... Fuck. Need pet sister no. Dobby. What a beautiful, mysterious family. Yes, mimics be like that.
Would go through past VODs of the people she's talking about. Would link the exact VOD at the exact timestamp. Would transcribe exactly what was said in that VOD and would make a comment on it. This goes on for pages upon pages upon pages. All this is to say that this document took an incredibly long amount of time. If I had to guess, more than 3 months or around that time. It is an incredible effort to an almost worrying degree. And the final disclaimer I have to tell you as we head into the second section titled Redacted is the fact that, well, barely 5 months ago, the public was made aware that both Cinder and Red are together, but under the pretense that they're girlfriend and boyfriend. The reality, though, is that they're married as husband and wife. Now, I know this might come as a shock. Muujin, why would you reveal something like this? Isn't it private? Well, it actually used to be. It's just that someone unintentionally revealed that. And that was shortly after this document came out. Around a week after posting her document, Cinder would say, "Hi, Pyropups. I'll be streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there." There will be over 1,400 replies. Some of them very supportive, some of them not so much. Now, one of the people leaving a very supportive comment is none other than Shonda, a very well-known English VTuber. In her reply, she'd say, "Cinder, I think everyone deserves a second chance, and everyone deserves the opportunity to learn from their mistakes and grow. I hope that your time away has helped you. I really hope that you found a better state of mind, both for your sake and your husband's, but most importantly, for the Pyropups. And I wish you nothing but the best." All right, so overall, very wholesome, but I don't think Sean...
I didn't thought that they're married. Oh. I mean, it doesn't really change that much, but wow. I just didn't knew. It's just like we yap about some stuff in comments where non-journalists. Yeah, that's the thing. But the thing is, you know, how we just yap in the comments, I just yap here, but she's yapping it like as if she was one of the, you know, as if she's on the same level as Muujin or something like this, at least, you know. It's just how people perceive them. It's just how people are getting like, how they're, how do you say it? The credibility they should take for what they're saying, the trustworthy from the people that they're receiving, you know? TF, what? Yeah, Shonda is partaking. I've commented about her before. Yeah.
Shondo knew that this was not public info. This was only known by some of Cinder's
little teeny tiny doxer!
Now not her friends anymore. But I don't think Shondo did this intentionally at all. If anything, I'd be very surprised if she did. She meant well with this comment. Now, of course, I'm sure some of you watching will think to yourselves, maybe it was a mistake. But think about this. Take a step back. If you know two people are together, but you're unsure of their relationship status, you'd say, oh, they're partners. Or hey, they're in a relationship. You would never, and I mean never, refer to a couple as husband and wife unless
I mean, maybe she's just like perceiving them like this. Is it official already that they're actually like, you know how a lot of girls like talking to each other like a wife, you know? Maybe it's something like this. It's pretty clear if you listen to False on stream that he's got a lot of info about a lot of different VTubers, including non-public info about Corpus. I remember him saying a third of Niji talents have nasty skeletons in their closet? Because he's just in Dvaches. He's in 4chans, he's in Dvaches. That's all. I don't think that he have so many like rats coming to him. But I still fucking disrespect him. At least for like recent situations that he occurred, that he was fed on. I don't respect that at all. Like, you putting out the blast so many things and you're not saying anything after that. For example, with the Twisty situation. Twisty that did not deserve any fucking platform after this. Anything! I have no sorries for her. No sorries. No sorries! No sorries! But she was given a platform. Now, some of his rats are from his independent source. I mean, same with the Rosale. With the weird fucking 30 years old woman who was accusing 16 years old Luka Kaneshiro of being weird on VR chat. Who's weirdest here? You can guess. This is the most like funny thing with the with that situation, by the way. Like, basically adult woman saying how little boy on VR chat was weird. Little boy, basically, not little like, but you know, a teenager boy. How teenager boy was weird on the VR chat. This is this is so fucking funny. Like, who's weirdest here? Why you even were talking? Why you were in the private space kinda with the teenage boy when you were not a teenager at this point? Who's weirder here? You or him? Luca's the weirdo of my nemesis. I mean, yeah, I don't know that much about Luca if we're talking about like deep dive and past lives, but I'm talking about this situation exactly, like specifically about this situation, and I'm telling you how fucking weird that situation is from the perspective of, oh, he was so weird on the VR chat when he was like 16 or something like this years old. He was so weird. Bitch, what were you doing with him when he was 16 years old? You were not even 18, 19. You were really adulty? What were you doing with him? This is the main question. Like, this is the same, like, the, you know, the reverse part. Like, if the little girl is with adult boy, everyone is suddenly ah! If the little boy with adult woman, everyone is just like closing their eye and everyone is just seeing the teenage boy being weird. That is fucking weird, no? I'm usually not protective like this about like the, you know, oh, but if the genders were reversed. But man, this situation was like so obviously, you know, shown how people are not taking any other sides like this, you know, to accountability. Oh, I just noticed something here. Grumman saw Italians. It's me, Mario. I'm gonna groom you now.
You were 100% sure that was the case, because why would you? Just say they're partners or in a relationship. So yeah, overall, very interesting revelation. Unfortunate that it was unintentional.
Revelation. I love this revelation. I love the game. Revelation
Online. This is definitely an important disclaimer to keep in mind as we go through this section, because they're not just boyfriend, girlfriend. They can't just break up on a whim, right? They're committed to each other till death does them part. This means that not only Red was in a relationship with her, not only was he her manager, but he's pretty much the person she committed to until the rest of her life. Does that make this section better? Does it make it worse? Up to you to decide. But for now, let's get to reading it. Cinder would say, Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is present throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Red would then chime in and say, hello, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner and I've worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were our friends, I effed up, and she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put out something sooner. Without her, that could have made things worse. See, like this sentence right here, if ChatGPT wrote this, at least it would have added a comma, right? But as you can see, this is written by a person. He then ends this by saying, I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Cinder would then take us on the subsection titled Red and I. She would start us off by saying, Red and I are still together. obviously, since otherwise it would have been a divorce. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th. But he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened. I wasn't planning to say anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own reasons, and the things I said about him were...
No, that's still so fun. Wait! Now it's even crazier. They're married after that. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! The man is cool. Sorry. I'm still impressed with the Mujin though. Like he had to read it in a couple of times. I do remember you that it is 1K pages long. Yeah. This is why like this is a respect. Like this 6 hours is a pure respect, paying respect to Mujin, because he's saying like, oh, what was happening in the meantime, blah blah blah. That is a journalism. That is journalism right here. It's not just, you know, reading Google Doci with the TTS because I'm so tired of just reading. Not like I'm throwing shade at anyone right now currently, but yeah.
Out of my own frustrations and past experiences. Yeah, that's because in Rain's document, the person she cheated on Red with, there wouldn't just be adult conversation, she'd also be talking crap behind Red's back.
Yep.
She says, I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public.
Classic. It's a newfound classic, guys.
Before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events and isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree, we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if the speculation...
Sunglass, hello, welcome. How you doing? Welcome. Come out.
Even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators.
Oh man,
it's hard to
how do I do
get in our own heads about things. We butt heads and disagree with each other sometimes, and even more so working together all day, every day. It's gotten so much better over the years, but it's never been perfect. So the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. I'm not the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different and has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems.
Everyone's relationship is different. Mine is toxic.
No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Should I assume that all my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous. For the love of God, please put more commas in your sentences. Oh my God. She'd continue. When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed that I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough and trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones, almost all the time from chats we were both in, instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with projects while away and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page, rather than have a verbal conversation while we're around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home.
I feel like he's gonna be eating.
Red and his family from the summer of 2022
like
to the
this.
end of February 2025.
Actually looks like this a little bit.
Told anyone this, including my closest friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart. On stream, I've always said I lived with family friends and streamed in a basement. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time, and it's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer.
But the taste of your list, I'm gonna ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping.
He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS if something went wrong. We built my own PC and stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June.
He's naked. He's not good. Come on, he's not good. He's not good. He's not good.
This was going on for
okay, so we have like this background.
Internet there that we couldn't fix.
Okay.
So as a last resort, my parents and I
think we're gonna do
move
this.
back in with them with my entire stream set up in February. We were able to fix the problem, but it ended up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. The reason why I'm revealing all of this now is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years, but we didn't. It's not like we never showed each other our messages directly. We did, all the time. But we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said. And I don't know anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We could just tell each other things that happened, and that was that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind.
Does he
The
have a
next subsection
leaf
would be
for
titled
his
"Working
front?
Together," and from the
He does
first
not.
paragraph, many people would
It's
say
just
how
water
they lose
there.
hope in this document and would stop reading.
It's just
That's
glue.
because Cinder would say, "I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work-related communication for me in
I
any
did not
channels
copy
I'm
something.
not also a part of. I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened. He made mistakes, and I forgave him. I wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Cinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages. He had a part in a lot of the things I did. He's always been the main creative mind.
Now
behind
that's
my
why they
reviews
have a
and other
tongue.
releases too.
Game.
Even with how involved he was, Red
How you
is still
doing,
his own
Kim?
person, with his own ideas, his own opinions, his
yeah.
own feelings towards people, his own goals, and his own
Oh, yeah.
ambitions, working under the same brand as me.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
always been the business sensible one out of us, and the work side of things was always his focus. We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many business or creative decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult with me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said, and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked with, and I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him not to tell
You're
me
a
something
manager.
important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends, Bao. At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project service so everything could be organized into one place. I could be
I'll have to number 9s and number 9 ledger and number 6 with texture dip and number 7 to numbers 45 one with the cheese and VTuber Happy Meal. I feel like this mic would have some kind of tattoos. Actually, it would be cool. But I don't know if he wants to. He said for me to like basically keep the design as it was, but just like, you know, make it better. Make it more reference sheety, you know? Because as I said, the previous one is not working really much as a reference sheet.
discussions and decision making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. This was for our organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegations in Nano's document, no one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red, and we've both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about, or hid from me, and did without me knowing in his DMs. They're all shown in this document in the order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was at all. Those things would be Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling Artist 1 Bao was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red's conversation with Nano about Charlie in April 2025. Red's conversations with Mod 1 about Silvervale throughout 2024 and into 2025. Red asking Artist 2 about not working with Silvervale in March 2025. And Red's conversation with Artist 1 about Silvervale in April 2025, which Artist 1 told me about days later. The names of Artist 1, Artist 2, and Mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. So yeah, this was definitely one of the more controversial parts of this document, the fact that she's still working with Red even after everything that's happened, and it was one of the main pieces of criticism regarding these 1,000 pages, mostly because people stopped reading right then and there, thinking Cinder hadn't changed and this was just another document where she deflects blame.
Give me a second, guys, I need to think about how I'm doing stuff.
The night the first documents were posted,
Oh
Red
my
was
God.
here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. EST. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regretfully refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month after. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own message here. So yeah, in this message we could see Cinder saying, "I'm so sorry blank, I'm trying to collect myself, Red and I aren't speaking right now and I'm so upset with everything." She'd continue, "I was distraught," and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. In my apology, I said, as of yesterday, he is no longer working with me and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will continue working with me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document. And of course, here she'd be referring to the tweet where she'd say, effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. That got community noted. So yeah, by the time this video releases, this tweet would be gone. So yeah, as I had already mentioned, this is where most people would just stop reading, right? The first section was just a couple pages. This was like 4, and the next section would be around 14 pages, at least for me, on my monitor, with these downloaded PDFs. To many, this seemed like Cinder was backtracking
Like how
over
he
the things she
stated.
had said as the controversy was going on, and that she hadn't learned her lesson. I mean, she was bringing back the one guy who was blamed for her downfall. It didn't look good, but we're not even 1% through the document, believe it or not, so we still have a lot to cover before you can come up with your final opinion. The next section would be titled My Apology and Taking Accountability. Cinder would say, now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make for my apology. Then, I'll go over the things Red, or I, or both of us did wrong so we can take responsibility. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout this document to show what they were in reference to. So this is where Cinder would
I'm
post
working
her
waiting for the
apology that
food
she
hour
made,
in
you know,
agenda
the
stream
one that
without being
wasn't
worried
really
about
received by
the
the
loss
community,
arriving
and
by
would say,
surprise.
"The things I
Also
claimed and
Gishichi, I lost
admitted
a
to
good
my apology
reference
were
speak
based
for
on what I knew
something
at
that
the
I
time,
wanted
what
to
was
do.
published in everyone else's
Lost?
documents, and what
But
Red
it should
told me
be in
that
our
I should have
DMs
done
or
when I
in
shouldn't have. I made
my
my apology without his help, without all the info in front of me, and
Discord.
without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. She would then have small different sections with a couple of bullet points each. The first one would be what I blamed Red for in my apology, because he was guilty of doing them. Him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale, and the second point would be him holding a grudge against Bao. So these were the things that Cinder was blaming Red for that he was guilty of. The second section would say what I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty, saying Red was the one with a business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. The next section would say what Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. That's another VTuber. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025, and bad-mouthing Mao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Chai Lily and her model in April of 2025. The next section would say things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. The first thing being he did not manipulate Nano. So Cinder was saying she was wrong thinking that Red manipulated Nano in any way. And the second thing would be he did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale, and she was not a constant topic between them. Cinder would then show us another subsection saying things I took accountability for in my apology, listing 15 different things. The first one being agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. The second one being guilt-tripping Nano. The third one being feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. The fourth one being not knowing about what Red had said about Bao to Nano.
I mean, she's
the fifth one being
that
not
good.
speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did. The sixth one being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. The seventh one being upset when Sakamore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. The eighth one being confiding in Red about Shalily's behavior towards me. The ninth one being becoming resentful towards Silvervale. The 10th one being letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. The 11th one being assuming Spite copied me. The 12th one being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. The 13th one being overreacting to Ninetales.
Holy shit.
Which was apologized for in the past. The 14th
Number
one being cheating on my
15.
boyfriend. The 15th one being neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine.
Oh
So this
god.
was Cinder admitting that all these 15 things did happen and that she took accountability for them.
On the
in her
first day of
initial
Christmas,
apology back in
Cinder got to me.
2005. She
10
then continued,
accusations.
saying, I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all of these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things the people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. I understand that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't
Is there a
change
new
it. I
Cinder
should have taken
drama?
more care to
It's
check
an
up on
old
what I was
one
saying
still.
and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing
It's
to
still an
do
old
with.
one.
My accusers went out of their way to claim Cinder did this, Cinder did that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words.
We
and
just
actions.
finally have
The
someone
proof I
nice
must have known about
to
everything
listen
that's
about
ever
the
said and done
document.
was because they
Finally.
said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year
At
we were
last.
traveling. and Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. And now here's what Red had to say about this. I have always been more or less the creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Cinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without
to see
oversight.
hands and
For example, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artist we were working with who only knew me as Cinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something, with or without talking to Cinder beforehand, and I said, I want this art to be like this instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this, then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we're working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not the client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. What Cinder wanted was. So in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on, without speaking for her directly saying Cinder. If we wanted
is
to
that
do
the Cinder doc?
way, they would give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the decision. That Cinder was aware of the decision being made, regardless of if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Cinder never knew about what I was saying when saying we. If afterwards she didn't disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back what I said and say that Cinder actually wants it this way, for example. Very often, Cinder was on the same page as me beforehand, or would agree with what I said without her knowledge using we afterwards. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it would seem like Cinder also backed how I felt. Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't want her to. So I made sure to tell Nano how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will all be shown in Nano's section. So in other words, if this small VTuber, now Cinder. After Red's section, they would probably be even more shocked that this guy right here was going to work with Cinder again, right? I think all of this could have been avoided if Red didn't just say he was Cinder's manager, but if they made sure to officially announce that he was the creative lead. But who am I to judge? Cinder would continue, there are 3 things in my apology I need to correct that will be shown in full detail in this document. She'd start off with a subsection titled Missing Information, Lies, and Incorrect Statements in My Apology. The first point would be, I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale and tried to overly apologize to her, and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. The second point would be, I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. That's already a very big revelation, obviously, because her apology was terrible to begin with, and the fact that she was lying too makes it even worse. The third point would be, I was wrong about which year the situation with Nyan Tails took place in. I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. She'd then continue, my apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. The next subsection will be titled Everything One of Us or Both of Us are Guilty of. That accountability is taken for or shown in this document in the order they're presented in. We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. I tried going back on my agreement with the artist Nixiu in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Geary in November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. I knew Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silvervale specifically on any more models in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silverveil's inclusion. Red spoke to Nano about Chai Lily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Red convinced himself Bao Gate kept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and
Thank you so much, Ali. Thank you.
My friend. We both grew to dislike Silverveil over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silverveil acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silverveil in March 2025 and never told me about it. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. I overreacted to Niantail's Hellhound OC design in 2021. She'd then say every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 to April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. The next subsection was called My Friends. It's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone.
Hello.
I have never pushed the ladder down behind me. I have never been jealous or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them, helped them with, or included them in for no other reason than that they were my friends. I've always answered their questions and offered them advice when they asked, done my best to be there and support them with their debuts, with their own endeavors, and I've personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one-of-a-kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends. More than the 3 finished pieces below were planned for more of my friends, including Bao, before I put all of my crafting focus into my Nihilister cosplay. It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them. And here we can see different examples of different cosplays that she made for her friends. She'd then say, I don't know what they think I did against them other than what I listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me.
That is actually sad.
There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly. So one thing I'll say is that months leading up to the drama, some of her closest friends were starting to have doubts.
Yeah, this is actually like interesting piece of information. Like I just remember when the whole Cinder situation, you know, started in general. I remember how most statements I was seeing from people, they were like, I'm so heartbroken that my bestie, my absolute bestest of besties who I was offering my life to, I don't know, like something like this. Like it felt like this. They were saying basically like, I cannot believe that this close, amazingly close person of mine did this. But at the end of the day, I don't think that they were considering her that close. At the end of the day, if they were that close, it wouldn't be like this. But they just decided to say, oh, we're so close, I cannot believe that she did it, blah, 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 just for, you know, for the sake of the how you say that, shocking effect, you know. It's so dirty, in my opinion. It's so dirty. I don't know, man. Dirty. No, what dirty as well. I wanna drink water. I ate hot spicy noodles before the stream, so I think actually I need to drink water right now a little bit. I feel my lips dehydrated still, and I don't have water, as you know, so give me 1 second after a couple of wait here. Wait. There we go. Ah, it was not mirrored. Oh my god. Easy. Ah, almost. Shit. Lurking from the other side. Hello, brother. Have a good lurk. Have a good look. Good lurky. This is who we're drawing today, by the way, chat. Brother. My older brother. Okay. Oi. Oi! What is this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Huh? Okay. Sorry for the stream being without background music. When I'm focused, sometimes I'm forgetting to about anything, basically. Okay. Give me 1 second. Instead of this, you're gonna just listen to some music, okay? Some music. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Da, 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 da. I have a candy. I have a candy.
That Cinder even cared about them over business. You'll see that in Numi's section, and you'll also see that in Bao's section. To Cinder, they turned against her at a moment's notice, but to them, this has been brewing in their minds for months. They were hoping it wasn't true, but when they saw the DMs between Red and Nano, everything exploded. Anyway, Cinder would continue. A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been.
Since I saw that dance, it gave me some good memories. Aww. I'm happy you see it. You're happy to see it again.
The people I cared about, and so did Red, both online and IRL, even my closest friends. Unless it was about work, I didn't put as much energy into just talking and hanging out. But that's not to say I never did, never wanted to, or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have the energy to socialize. wise. I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content
What?
brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other VTubers don't do the same thing, is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. So yeah, overall unfortunate just for about everyone involved. The next subsection would be titled The Business Mindset. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple of years, but especially throughout 2024, focusing more and more of our time and energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Our work-life balance became non-existent. We were going and going and going all day, every day as a
So
two-person
Gishichi, can
team,
you give me
working to an
some
obsessive
advice
degree.
about how to
We were
improve my
always
art?
trying to do more, with more people, all the
It
time.
depends.
Everything became
I
about
need
doing
something
bigger things,
specific, I
achieving
think,
more, accomplishing
for
more,
this.
going bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities while keeping up with at
To
least 4 to
improve
5
the art.
streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed.
Depends on what direction you wanna go. Let me. Depends on which direction you wanna go. For example, like, what art style you shall pursue, what inspired you, what for example. Like, for example, when I was grinding and kinda still do, but when I just started drawing, first I just started drawing. Like, first it was just a motivation of me drawing like Araki Hirakiko. I just wanted to draw like Araki sensei, the one who drew Jojo. So first motivation was that. After some time, that was, what do I say? Not only that already was my motivation, already like other things along the way kind of added to my needs. After some time, I realized that I would like to. I just realized something. What the hell is this eraser? I realized that after some time that I would like to actually work as an artist. Like after, I think, year or so when I started to draw, I realized that I actually want to work as an artist, so I don't want to keep it as just a hobby. I would actually like to improve to the point I actually can, you know, work. I can think about something specific. Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna continue then. Like, basically, you need to know what you would like to do, what you would like to have as a result. And according to that, first I will see your references. Seek for your references really well. Like for the other artists that's already draw kind of an art style that you would like to pursue, I guess. After that, I won't say try to mimic their art style. I would just say maybe... Wait. That's what's the problem. I would just maybe say to learn, to study how they do, why their art looks so well. But one of the main things I would like to say, and I think in pinpoint, before all of this like studies on other people's works, blah blah blah. I mean, that's essential for the artists. You learn at other people's works. Like I've been learning not only on JoJo, for example, but on a lot of like traditional art pieces as well, like just traditional paintings in general. And alongside with this, you would want and need to learn actual bases of drawing. Like if you wanna learn how to color, if you wanna learn how to shape, perspective, blah blah, you go to the bases. You go to the, I don't know, to the simple drawing of the cubes like this. Like, you know, if you wanna learn I don't know, blended modes in the digital space, you draw cubes still. Like I was doing that shit, by the way. You just do studies. You just do your actual study like you would do in school or uni, I guess. You would feel what you prefer more, all that stuff. You don't pursue, let's say it, you don't focus too much on finding your own art style, by the way, because I see this problem in a lot of spaces, in art spaces. I see this problem a lot. Like people focusing too much on finding their own art style, which is, I don't think that is I don't think it's a right way because, like, I don't know, I never thought that this is the way actually, so I guess I'm just smart like this from the start, okay? But yeah, I never was like really focused on finding my own art style because I always knew, and after this it was just proved by, you know, smart other artists and people, that your art style will come. It will come along the way. One way or another, it will come along the way. Of course, if you're gonna like overdo the copy of someone, I guess your art style is gonna diminish and kinda you're gonna draw as someone else kinda at some point. But if you're not just gonna focus on it and you're gonna focus on the bases, I think this is what's gonna improve you a lot, because everything in this world builds on the bases. That's why people are saying like, oh my god, that's so like you self-taught, but you literally like no academic drawing. How come? Why? How so? But this is actually, I think, the right way, because you know, academic drawing have the classics, not for shit. Sorry, I'm skipping straight to the advanced stuff. I mean, you can. This is one of the points as well that I think I want to say. Everyone learns differently. I know professional artists that never even touched how do you say it? That never try oh my god, I'm sorry. What's wrong with my English? I'm sorry, I'm just so focused right now at the how to draw the back of this fucking chest. There's so many artists that know only digital space but never drew in the traditional space. In the opposite, of course, there's so many artists still that draws only like at the sketchbooks or something but never tried digital and stuff. And this is, I mean, if it's what keeps you going and stuff like this, I think it's fine. But just like depends on why you want to learn how to draw. Because for example, again, when I was drawing, when I was started, I just started again just because I wanted to learn how to draw as Araki's sensei, right? It was like 10th grade or so. And after 1 year, I was like, oh no, I want to work. And when I realized I want, you know, I want to work in this field, I realized that I need to look at it a little bit differently because, you know, you're not gonna survive if you're not gonna adapt, right? So this is one of the reasons why I kind of can draw in different like volumes, so to speak. Like I can draw more in the semi-realism, I can draw more in anime, I can draw like this, I can draw like that, blah blah blah. This is one of the bad situations I'm putting myself in, to be honest, because for example, I would like to draw more on the Xiaohongshu, so to say, style, like on more Chinese artists, like more on the artistic 2D sketchy ways, not like borderline 3D. I took borderline 3D approach because first of all, I still like it a lot, and like it feels like me in the same time, but in the same time because, you know, a lot of game dev companies actually wants you to draw in the, oh my god, on casual art style. So that's why I picked up a lot of shit. I learned a lot of shit. I know how to do a lot of shit because I just, you know, want to be a variable artist and I wanted to have a job. But I still didn't got a job in game dev, so but yeah, basically you just need to understand why you draw on this for. So if you just want to draw pretty just for yourself, that's less problematic, I think. You can just learn whatever you like. You just go by the flow, you know. It's less problematic. But one of the things I would say as well, even if it is your hobby, there should still be discipline, I think. There should still be a discipline. Like, it's not like, I don't know, I was drawing like daily. I never gave myself a break, so I got burned out, and now I'm not drawing already for 10 years. I mean, this way you're never gonna learn how to draw. So just learn how to take breaks and all that stuff. But yeah, if we're stop yapping, I'm just gonna say, just learn the basics first. Just learn basics. Like that. It can be a little bit not as fun as watch some YouTube video that got recommended, like with how to color anime boy or something like this. But it is actually really essential because everything in this world is created with the cubes, with the cylinders, with triangles, all of that shit, yada yada yada, right? All the things in this world is 3D subject that have their own color, have their own volumes because of the light. This is what you should understand as well. Like, you should to create a 3D space, so to speak, in your head, basically. So you will feel and understand how the light works, for example, how it works here, how it works there. When you're gonna learn how to look at the world, basically, as a shapes and colors, not shapes and colors, but shapes and light, right? When you're gonna learn how to do that, first of all, prepare yourself for the world change in view, actually, because I remember when I just started and I, started to look at myself in the mirror a little bit more, and started to look at the things a little bit more, like, oh, there's like so many folds here, the folds are working like this here, blah, blah, under the light they're going like that. I think it's nicer of that, but actually, like, I don't know, it felt as if I see better without me actually seeing better. I just noticed more things, like unconsciously. I'm just like looking and like, oh, learning, basically. So you gotta learn to just look around yourself. Like, you look around your room, oh, I see shapes, I see perspectives, I see how light works, I see all of that stuff. Don't think about color that much for now. So yeah, basically, first understand the shapes. First understand how shapes works, how composition works, and understand what direction you want to take. Like, just keep it in mind, right? Like, I wanna, for example, draw like League of Legends artists, for example, right? So you, alongside of studying the traditional ways, you look closely at Riot Art Game Splash Arts. I see an oil stain, yes. Now see how the oil stain looks, by the way? See how when the oil stain touches the surface actually getting a little bit darker, and around the edges of the oil stain, if it's like still liquidy, if there's still liquid, the oil is actually gonna have some light reflections at the edges. But if it's just stain, it's going to be darker. If it's going to be just stain. But if it's actually a drop that is still, existing as a liquid, you're gonna learn actually there's a lot of things there. Reflection, yeah, there's other reflections as well. I don't know if you notice, like, for example, if you see droplets at the window or the windshield, right, of your car, you're gonna see that the world inside of the drop is actually upside down. That's why we kind of see them that well, because the light is actually kind of keeping itself at the bottom of the drop, and on the top there's actually kind of the darker spot. So you're gonna notice all of these things. You're gonna notice all these things. You're gonna remember all these things. You're gonna have to refresh a lot of things at some point. For example, I knew how to like really easily, really fast drew the inside of the ear. Like really easily. Like I learned it at some point. Like actually learned. And I was like, it was really easy to draw the ear for me. But at some point I stopped drawing them. Like dead ass just stopped drawing inside of the ear. I don't know how, I don't know why. I think it was when I was in Japan. And I forgot. Until this day, I cannot remember how easily I was drawing the inside of the ear. I cannot. Shadows, my beloved enemy. Yeah, shadows is important as well, but first, learn occlusion. Occlusion. Just you can Google occlusion. It should help you. It should help you. So yeah. Learn basics. Basics and directions, I think. That's all. I hope it will help. Oh, where's the music? Hello. Hello.
Like it was claimed, it was ambition. Ambition that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything, but it was never enough to take a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate where we were or the people around us. The money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we
The money
did.
was
It an
nice.
indicator of a successful project, event, or merch drop that anyone understood. The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work or towards the house my dad has been building. I've released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I have both been passionate about. Coming up with and releasing cool new merch products is one of the most fun and fulfilling things to work on. And being on new products like a drink flavor or a trading card game.
Oh,
was
like
super
me, like
exciting.
me.
It was
Like
always
I
about
released
launching
my
cool
merch
things for my
recently,
community
right?
over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in, even though a lot of them were paying very well. Being a greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut, and my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. This mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to the deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being cancelled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister build for months. I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle, and I've been going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April, I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. Alright, so it's never been about the money. Cinder has turned down many sponsorships before, more than she's ever accepted. She only did it because it looked cool. That's a great mindset to have, but I can't claim that I watched Cinder to know how often she would accept sponsorships. All I can say is that she always had something to sell, like merch, products, etc. And her community...
To be fair, I don't know how much is it true, guys. I don't know, maybe someone will in the chat state it. But there was couple from the Cinder dog, maybe even when she's gonna state about Shy Lily ignoring her basically. Every time Cinder were to raid Shy Lily were to like, oh hello, yeah, thank you for the raid, blah blah blah. This game is sponsored every time. Like, oh, this game was sponsored, but we actually had so much fun that we decided to continue playing game. Or something like this. Every time! So I don't know if it's like good place to even like start on the discussion of the like, oh, why she was doing it. Like, was it for money? Was it for not? I think it's not really a place for it. No? Good night, Tekta. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. Good night, good night. Have a good one tomorrow. You're gonna make it. You're gonna do amazing at your test. Just don't overthink it, and everything's going to be all right. Alrighty. Have a good night. Wait, pam.
community loved it. And in the end, that's what matters the most, to stick with your morals while also giving your community what they want. Anyway, Cinder would continue in the next subsection titled Competition. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative
feeling
that
better
things
now?
always had to be
Aww.
competitive. She'd say,
I can
Red
do it.
always considered
Don't
everyone
worry.
a competition, including my friends. I understood and I
You're a
agreed with
smart
his
one.
reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Red would then say, the content creation sphere is massive, and the VTuber sphere is a fraction of that with its own audience. So that already is an interesting sentence because it's pretty much assuming that the content creation sphere is a pie. There are limited pieces, and unless you don't get yours, you'll never get it.
Are
Personally
they
speaking,
wrong?
I've met content creators who speak this way, but I've also met the opposite. People who believe that there's a piece of the pie for everyone. Now, in my own
Kinda,
objective
but-
experience, the latter was way more pleasant to talk to, and I could actually form a friendship with. He'd continue. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. Whether you want to look at it that way or not,
Oi.
it's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we're always working on new things, releasing bigger things at a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition. Friends, other VTubers, other content creators, but at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, they were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. The end goal was about staying relevant in people's minds and making sure our project could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past. At no point was this view ever motivation or an excuse to hurt, take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job. But keeping the business aspect of things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them.
Think of
They
other
were my
budget
friends
Helen.
too, and we both cared about them, supported them, and helped them out when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in the negative sense were people either we had something against, or they had or did something against us, and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silverveil from how she acted towards Cinder for years. Bao after what I thought she did to us and our other friends in December of 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025.
Oh, how it
potentially
all
soon to be
erupted
Lily,
after
by the way she was
Bao's
suing
response.
Cinder and coincidentally getting a model for
Ah,
Nano
yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
same
yeah, it
time.
didn't age
It
well.
was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bao, and I am sorry. So yeah, there you have it. The final subsection in this section would be 3 personalized apologies to 3 different people. The first one would be Tricky. Yes, the one they mentioned earlier that they had abandoned at a hotel in Japan. I'll just sum this up. They went to Japan to explore the country with their friends. One of them was Tricky. Red and Cinder barely had time for themselves. So they woke up at around 8 or 9 a.m. They waited for an hour in their hotel room without hearing from Tricky and just left without her. They only ended up meeting up with her again at the end of the day. Cinder would say, Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo, but we still should have waited.
The channel was sponsored by Gishi Vitamin B.
We're both so sorry. So I really genuinely don't know why this is here, but maybe someone talked about it publicly or something and I just missed it. In any case, in comparison to everything else that's been alleged and actually done in this document, this is nothing. Anyway, the next person they'd be apologizing to is Cottontail VA. Cinder would say, I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close with, but it was unfair to her to treat her that way. I did not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt about her at the time. Red would say it was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. So yeah, Cotton's name is going to come up again in this document, obviously, but for the most part, Red and Cinder were really apologetic. The last apology would be to Nixiu, an artist. Cinder would say Nixiu deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. So the reasoning as to why she left out the document was because Nixiu in the document itself would say, I don't want any public reaction to this. I really do not want to appear on videos or similar. I don't want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it, etc., which is why I personally didn't include her document in my video about the situation 5 months ago. Cinder would continue. Nixiu, or Iomea AF, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what was going through my head or what my reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication, some might say face from me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and I had to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my
that is
stream.
stupid.
However,
Actually,
I failed to follow Nixiu's terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed the link to it that was on her artwork. I also didn't show the censored NSFW version of the art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessionally. This was way out of character for me, and I'm sorry to Nixiu for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and her incredible work. And that brings us to the end of this section. We're not even 1% through this document and already many bombshells and interesting information. The next section after this would be over 200 pages and it would be about Nano. However, we're going to be having a bit of a change of plans. Alright, so here's the deal. As I mentioned, there's 13 different sections in this document, and we just went through the first 3. In the first section, Cinder would say, you're intended to read each section and in the order they're presented. And as much as I'd love to follow her instructions, after having read the whole thing, I can tell you right now that going right into the 4th section titled Nano List would be a bit counterintuitive. Instead, I'm choosing to head straight into Bao's section, which is the 5th section. Why? Well, there's multiple reasons for this. One could argue that the most important sections in this entire document are Silverveil section, Nanolist section, and Bao's section. However, in Nanolist's section, you're mostly seeing things from Red's perspective, with Cinder chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Silverveil's section, it's mostly Cinder talking about her perspective, with Red chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Bao's section, not only is it significantly shorter than both Silverveil's and Nanolist, but there are many repetitions, there are many things in Bao's document that will repeat in those other two sections. Additionally, you get to see this from the perspective of both Red and Cinder, with both of them having differing perspectives and even logic. Finally, when it comes to Bao, her reputation precedes her. Before this controversy, most people didn't really know much about Nano other than the fact that she's a very talented artist. When it came to Silverveil, yes, she's been here for a long time, but for the most part, she keeps to herself. She doesn't really collaborate that much and is a fairly private person. When it comes to Bao, though, not only has she been here since the beginning of the VTubing boom in the West, but she is quite literally friends with everyone. Yes, she has her own friend group, but she's someone who interacts with large and very small creators. Like, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. She has interacted with hundreds of people throughout the years and has never had a problem. She has never been involved in petty drama. She's never had a Google Doc written about her, which is, I mean, saying a lot in this space.
She's been in petty drama
every minute.
Even I remember
that I believe that this might be one of, if not the most important section in this entire document. It gives you a broad understanding about Cinder's logic and perspective, Red's logic and perspective, and does a lot to explain how we got here. Most people might have read the first 3 sections before giving up on the 4th one, seeing that Nanolist is 186 pages, and unfortunately miss out on this section that's extremely important. So that's why I chose to go with this immediately. So, without further ado, let's see how Cinder chooses to introduce us to this section. Here's what she had to say. Bao has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao, the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao that's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March of last year. I also knew that the model was canceled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask to read Red's messages myself when this happened, and when Bao messaged me and our friends, I felt so bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything.
I saw how excited she was, so I twisted the knife.
This was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. I didn't know it was ever planned or that Red brought Bao
I was
up to
taking a break
Nano
for
in
the
their
day, so I wanted to
exclusivity
come
deal in
by.
January. I did not and do not
That's
agree with what he
nice.
said
The
about
breaks
Bao
are
to Red.
nice.
Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told
You're
one of her
gonna listen
closest
to the
friends
drama
betrayed
with
her.
us?
I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily or our other friends
As you can
involved
see, I'm
when she
really
made the
close to
decision
be
make
done.
everything public, but I
I'm
believe
really
she
close
was
to be done.
misinformed. I wish you would have
Thank
talked
you.
to me
See,
first,
hi,
but
Ari.
I don't
Welcome
hold that against
back.
her. I never talked to her when I knew Red
Welcome
had a problem with her and I was
back, Ari.
neglecting her,
This
so I
one
didn't deserve
should
that
be at the
courtesy back.
top,
Bao was
like
encouraged
ice.
to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get
You
to know her.
still
She
to
works
hook me up
extremely
with
hard
the
on everything she
Jitbot.
does,
Oh
especially
yeah.
in music. With how much bullshit she's been through, she is one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao's the kind of person who
I mean,
always
first
have
you
her
need to go
friends'
to the
backs.
site.
I'm sorry that I didn't
There's
do
the
the
need to
same
go
for
to
her
the
and for
website.
never being the friend she deserved me to be. Red would also chime in and say, I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel that way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon. He continues, I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us, and not Bao. I'm sorry. Cinder would then speak again and say, below we've laid out anything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are
Is this
relevant to
translated
everything
or
that's
works with
happened.
all
This
the
includes
languages?
conversations with our mutual video editor,
With
Red's
a lot,
conversations with Nano about
but
Bao's
it's
model,
prohibited
our
to
real-life
try
experiences,
it.
and the production of
It's
Boss Rush's
prohibited
music
to
video
play
Sakamore
with the
leading up to what
bot
Red told
for
Nano
the
in
sake
their
of, you know,
exclusivity deal. Alright, so for
of it
an
not being
intro,
a
this is
joke,
already
because
very
it's actually
loaded.
a tool.
If we take Cinder's word for everything here, she makes herself out to be a victim. Someone who was forced almost to be a bad friend to Bao because of her partner's opinion of her. This of course ends up making Red look even worse than he already was. And I think it's safe to assume that if someone were to write this experience on like Reddit, seeking some sort of advice, the top comments would probably say, leave him immediately or something. But at the same time, Cinder doesn't just fully blame Red, she also blames herself for being a bad friend. This won't be the only time she blames herself for that. In fact, if anything, I don't think she was a good friend to anyone in this document. And this is according to her own words. Seeing that Bao is well beloved by the entire VTubing community, I mean, it's very hard to find someone who dislikes her and has a valid reason for it. Cinder, instead of attacking her like she does most people in this document, would instead make the case that Bao was simply confused, that hell, she was manipulated. Red then chimed in and, again, confirmed the fact that yes, this was mostly his fault. He made up a headcanon in his mind and convinced himself that Bao was an enemy and tried repeatedly to sabotage her, even doing his best to sabotage her friendship with his wife. What comes next is something that would happen on the 30th of September 2023. Red would ask Cinder's video editor about working with them exclusively. This would happen 2 weeks after they saw that this editor had worked with Bao on something else. Cinder would admit that she took this personally when she shouldn't have, saying that she thought that it must have been because her content wasn't good enough, or as good as Bao, or maybe that she wasn't paying the editor enough. She does take the time to specify though that she was upset, but not specifically at Bao because she was her friend. Red, on the other hand, wanted this editor to do more for them in general, so he wanted to ask about them becoming exclusive for that reason. He'd go ahead and ask how much they'd be wanting to be paid to be exclusive, and the editor turned him down. Cinder claims that both her and Red were satisfied with their response and accepted their decision, and she managed to get over her insecurity and was happy that this editor was supporting her friend. She then claims that this was the only time she has ever perceived Bao as competition, but it didn't affect how she treated him. This was all a larger version of what she had included in her initial apology back in April 2025. In the next page, we can see the DMs between Redacted and the editor, and if you're interested in reading them, you can pause the video. After this, more than a month would pass by, and that would be when Red would discover that Nano was going to work on Bao's model. In the DMs, Red would be asking Nano, hey, do you have a lot of models lined up? Nano would say, quite a few. Does it have to do with the project? Red would say no, it's not for the project, he was just wondering, because he knows that she's working on a model with blank and silver, and one of his contacts at Mythic Talent, his agency, said you would be working with one of their clients soon. So we can see here that Red always made an effort to see who Nano was working with. This is something that you'll see multiple times, not just in Bao's section, but in other sections too, and by this point, Nano was used to it. She would just show him her entire list of clients that was upcoming, and Red would reply with, oof. Red would add a comment to the document saying my oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. In the next set of DMs, Red would be asking questions about Bao's design to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme. This would be a group song project that Cinder would produce later on, right? At this point, it was just an idea, according to Red. This was probably because they were thinking of including her in it. The last DMs of this conversation on the 17th of November 2023 would be Nano rethinking her waitlist. Red would respond with, hey, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. But would then say, I don't know for sure right now, but I think you maybe should keep Bao, big maybe. And that's all I'll say. To which Nano would reply with, oh yeah, really want to work with Bao. Redacted would say, are you designing Bao's model? To which Nanolist would say, not sure, didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned for June 2024. Red would say in the document, I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao. A couple days later, Nano would DM Red, asking, by the way, since you got plans, aka projects that they want to work with Nano, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner or around June?
Why can't I just...
Red would say, I really don't know at the moment. Then he would detail all the stuff they're working on with Cinder, and Nano would say, maybe having it done sooner so whatever happens later, I'll be open for it.
Why such an easy thing is so hard to do in fucking Clip Studio sometimes. Be right back, Gishichi, I'm going to get some food. Okay, have some food with you.
Pass by, and all of a sudden, we're at WeepCon 2024, more specifically, at the end of March. This is when Bao would show the model that Nano was working on to both Red and Cinder, showing a lot of excitement. Another few months would pass by, and in July 2024, Bao would message Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with her for her Halloween cover album. Cinder would specify that this was the first and only time she went to Red specifically in their DMs to plan something with her. She would first tell Red that this song would be a duet. In the DMs, Red would say she's streaming, but I'll ask her. some miscommunication would start to take place. 8 hours later, Bao would say, do you mind asking Cinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be us two. Red would say, I think she's down. She said you could have just messaged her, but then would ask, is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too? 3 days later, Bao would message Cinder to add her
I
into
think
the project
Jitbug
server for
website
the
is
song,
all in
and Cinder
Russian.
would express
Oh, is
confusion,
it?
saying, wait, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe
Do
Red
you have
didn't tell me
Google?
everything. Bao would say, bruh, it's you, me, and Numi.
They have
I
like
told Red that
inside
if you didn't wanna
translator.
join, then it'll just be me and Numi instead. Now look, throughout these 1,000 pages, sometimes you'll have Cinder or Red talk about an event like this without adding more context and just moving on to the next event. I'm here to tell you though that this will be important later on. For now though, I can definitely see how confusing it must be to have just this simple misunderstanding between friends be aired out like this. Things like this could definitely discourage someone from continuing to read. But don't worry, because now things truly do get spicy. Shortly after this, literally just a few days after being added to the project server, the first DMs between Red and Nano leading up to Bao's model cancellation would begin. More specifically on the 23rd of July 2024, when Red would ask Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so that they could plan their schedule around it. As you might remember, it was meant to be done by June of that year, and they saw the early design in March when Bao showed them at WeebCon. When Red would ask when Bao is meant to debut her model, Nano would reply she planned for Valentine's, so February 2025. This was more of a 6 months delay on the initial release date. Around that time, Nano would open up a commission form where people could apply to have her work on a project if she found it interesting enough. A couple days later, Nano would message Red saying, I might not take any comms from that form, I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. Even though she got a few cool ones, she wants to move on with her own brand, but specifying that she will work with Cinder until she gets dumped. Red would encourage her to do this and would offer to help since he's the brains behind Cinder. For example, Nano would say, what would make a small community get people's eyes? And Red would say, what it takes for a small VTuber to get lots of eyes on them? That's kind of my specialty. I did that. Later in this conversation, after talking for a while about her brand and what she wishes to do in VTubing, Nano would say, honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to it. This is when Red would start to inquire more about what she's currently working on and how many models she's worked on that haven't debuted yet. Nano would say there's like 4 models, one of them is meant to debut around October. Red would specifically ask, is that Bao too? To which Nano would say, didn't start Bao yet. Red would talk about this in the document, saying, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me
I
her
may
model
have
wasn't
it
even
set up,
started.
just
Me
gotta
saying
try
to
it
her,
later.
we'll find a new mama
It's
for
really
being
fast,
busy
yeah,
was a
this is
joke,
why
like earlier in
this
the
is why I said
conversation
it's
when I
really
joked
fast.
about firing her. Now look, this was a fairly
really
long
easy.
conversation that would stretch into the 26th of July, but that would be when Nano would ask Red, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? To which he'd reply, no, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. Nano would admit, I'm very guiltyable, to which Redacted would say, I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, you can work on your own debut and stream stuff. And Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not
Yeah, this
telling
is
you to
actually
cancel
one
the
of
model.
the things, like when you're your own artist, when you're on your artist, when you're a VTuber, you literally have no time to be your own artist when you already like work for full time as an artist. Like for example with me, because of all commissions that happen right now, I question at this point if I will be able to release my 3.0 model at my 2nd anniversary. I question it a lot lately because more and more I'm getting the idea that I'm not gonna be able to finish it in time. No! Next time, yell at me in different languages. Oh no. It's gonna be
But it sounds like
spammy.
that'd be best for what you want to do. Nano says, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Red says, is Bao the last of the 3 you still have to do? To which Nano replies with, yep, got blank too, which I'm considering canceling too. In the document, Red would describe this as, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already
To be able
considering
to
canceling on her
cancel,
own.
this is
was
such a
huge
privilege to be
difference
able
from
to
how she felt
cancel
about Bao's
something as an
model last
artist.
November, linking the message in
This
which
is a
Nano said, oh
privilege.
yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Red would continue his explanation, saying that he told Nano to do what was best for her, and that he and Cinder would gladly help with her streaming. He'd then add, from his own experience with Bao, he thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so he thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. His logic was that he was being honest with his friend about another friend, but that he never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. His argument would be that this wasn't
Open
targeted
to
towards
Nan when
Bao.
I
He would have
want
done this no matter who the
something
model
art-wise.
belonged to.
No,
And
no,
that
no,
at the
no,
end
no.
of the day, he was closer to Nano than he was to Bao. So
No,
he was
no, no.
supporting her and wanted to do everything he could.
Ricky, what's
According
wrong?
to him, this
What's wrong?
context was never shown in Nano or Bao's documents that came out in April 2025. Around a week later, Red would DM Nano and ask her if she decided to cancel any model projects
Huh?
like they had already talked about. Nano would say she hadn't canceled
Why?
anything
Why it's not
yet,
working
and then saying, actually, give me
properly?
another moment. 6 hours later, Red would reply to that message saying, did you check on this yet?
Oh
To
my
which Nano would
God.
say, they're replying right now. Just give me another moment. 20 minutes later would be when Red would send the infamous message, did you cancel models? To which Nano would reply with, I did not,
Why?
with a crying emoji. Red would explain that it was in all caps because of the previous messages sent and the fact that he still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't. And he said Nano arc delayed to 2026 in regards to what she wanted to do, right? Becoming a VTuber and stuff, joking with her like he always had. This is when Nano would say, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And unlike the other conversations we've seen so far where Red would be taking more of a back seat, letting Nano do her thing, here he would encourage her to do this, saying, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections, she'll find someone super fast. Did you already design the outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon. Nano would say, yes, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. And Red would say, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price, if she starts shit. Lol. Now look, the drama was 5 months ago, but if you remember it slightly, you
Hi,
remember that this was
Kafka.
one
How
of the
you
main
doing?
messages in Bao's document.
Hi.
This made Red look really, really bad because it didn't just sound like he was telling Nano to cancel Bao's model. He was also talking shit about her.
Yeah,
he
she
was
was
also kind of making
blind.
it harder for her. Right?
Man.
Her model was already being canceled. Nano wanted to make it up to her, and Red was still insisting, no, don't even give it for free.
Никак не
Give it
закончится,
for
потому
half price
что
if she
все только
starts
прочитали документ.
From Red's perspective, this is what he would write in the document. He'd say, I was not the one to bring up Bao again. I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should at least be somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was
Oh yeah,
the
what
same
are you
as I said
doing?
before,
I'm
where
drawing
I
a
thought she'd complain
commission,
or guilt trip
reference
Nano
shit,
over it. All of the lead up to this
while
conversation
we
was left out
watching
of
Cinder
Nano's and
drama
Bao's
from
documents.
Mugen.
And yeah, to be fair
Yes,
to
yes,
Red,
yes,
that
yes.
was the case. The full context, the previous conversations were not included. In the grand scheme of things,
How
though,
you
does
doing,
that truly
Kafka?
make a difference? Well, I'll let you, the viewer, decide, because we still have a lot to go through. 45 minutes after what we just saw, Nano would say that she would be able to start on Cinder's Angel model right away.
Angel?
Earlier in the DMs, she had mentioned that she could only start
I
on
love
it maybe
Angel
in
also.
October, but at this point, we were still in August 2024, to which Red was very excited about. 2 minutes later, Red would message Cinder saying Nano's able to start the Angel model right after the summer fixes and dances, to which Cinder would say, yay. From Cinder's perspective, Red would tell her that the reason why Nano canceled Bao's model was because she wanted to focus on her own VTubing career. He'd also specify that he and Cinder were going to help her out in that career.
Okay.
Cinder would say that she felt bad for Bao because she saw how excited she was when she showed them her concept back at WeepCon. But at the same time, she was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was her friend too, and she wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. She didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told her. Red would also chime in and
Stinky.
say if I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason and knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in
What do you
November
mean
2023 and told Nano
stinky?
she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months
Is
after
this,
WeepCon in March 2024
is this
when
what I
Bao
am
showed
for
it to
you?
us? Why?
Just a
When I thought
stinky
Bao's model
mimic?
was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now?
Yes, because where my kiss? Kissy kiss, kissy kiss for Angie, kissy kiss, and Isso. How about that? I just got the constellation for Kamisato Ayaka in Genshin. I'm incredibly happy about it. I love her very much. Ah, she's really sweet. I like her brother more a little bit though. Ayato, I think it's one of my main characters I was using after I got him. That's really cool. Congratulations. Mix can be stinky. You literally have a redeem of stinky
俺
mimic.
の友達僕の友達
Kafka, thank you so much for the follow. 新しい友達出てきた。嬉しいね。Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. See, Angie, see? This is your kisses. There's your kisses. But you've been so mean to me. I gave you a kissy kiss. I gave you a kissy kiss. Wait. Wait, my mind. My fucking mind. Wait, my mind. Wait, I think. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I freaking hope that there's still a... Oh no. Oh no, we need to... Wait. While I still remember it, we need to put the teeth up at front. We We need to put the teeth up in front. We need to do that. We need to do that. We need to do that. Or I'm gonna forget. Yep, it's still there. Okay. So with the easy couple of clicks, so to speak. Put and put. Should we? No, it's behind, so it should not be. Okay. Okay. No panics anymore. I fixed it, chat.
Now, although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend I reassured her it would be
what you wanna do by yourself?
Red would message Nano and ask her how her conversation with Bao went. He'd argue that the reason why he was asking about this was because Nano had expressed she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, he wanted to ask how it went. In the document he'd say, if Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's Day debut window Nano told me about. In the DMs, to reassure Nano, he'd say she won't hate you forever, just for the next few days, but if she still has the design, I don't think it's a big deal. Nano would say, okay, it's sent. Red would reply with, I'm here for emotional support. To which Nano would reply with, thank you, it hurts my soul. Red would say, the whole situation was wrong of both of us.
Wait, if it holds her,
me about
like,
what she
if
wanted
it,
to do with her other commissions, and I shouldn't have
if it
weighed
hurts
in
her
on what I
soul, why
thought.
she
I'm
even
sorry to
declined
offer my
then?
actions and that this
Girl!
happened at all. Cinder would continue and say, it was after this when Bao
I
messaged
fucking
our
don't
group chat with
understand.
our friend saying that Nano dropped her as a
I thought she was busy.
felt
That's why
guilty
she
knowing
cancelled.
about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. Alright, so picture this. I think
I
this
just
is like
need
a
to knock
group
out
of
two
friends of like
constellation
6 people.
Kamikazatayaka
Imagine
and I
revealing
will
such sad
fulfill my
news, right? Like
little
Bao's
dream of
completely
heaven's
heartbroken over this.
S6.
Everyone
Let's just
would
have
leave a
another
supportive
6.
message except one person in the group, and that person
S6.
happens to be the one who has worked with Nano the longest. Not a good look, right? Cinder would continue, after I posted my apology on the 27th of April 2025, as she was being cancelled, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being cancelled last August. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. If you follow the drama, I'm sure you saw this tweet, and Cinder actually took a screenshot of it barely after it was posted, back when it was still at 7,000 views. It would be Bao saying, how can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just a day before her sadness, Nano and Red would be talking about it as if it was nothing? That gutted her. She'd say, if you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red. In the document, Cinder would say, I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was cancelled. And before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere.
What language do you know? Do you have any hobbies?
Aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano.
I'm sorry for just the hobbies question was out of nowhere. Well, my job is my hobby. Being an artist is my hobby as the same as it's my job. I have a bunch of different hobbies, including like all the craftsmanships, I guess. Thank you for the fact. I like playing games. As a hobby, actually, everything I do as a hobby, I kind of turn it one way or another into the work. So, I don't know. But languages, Russian, English, and Japanese. Yes. But language about hobbies was so out of pocket. I'm so sorry.
Exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what she would say.
Good night, good night, good night, Daddy. Good night. Have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
Unfriended her, and she had no way of contacting her. She'd say, Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped.
Oh yeah, I
and we
like
didn't live
singing.
together
I
anymore
like
either,
singing.
So I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he
I
was
guess this
saying
is my
and
hobby
doing
as well.
to make sure it was right. All I had to go off of was what Red told me in August about this, what was posted in Nano and Bao's documents, and now Bao's tweet
Why
after
you
my
not
apology.
drinking, huh?
I don't know if she ever
You
got
wanna
this
die?
message, and she
Thank
never reached out to
hide.
talk, I told this friend that I didn't know the model was cancelled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was cancelled at all. This message would be sent on the same day. Cinder would say, I just saw Bao's tweet, I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reached out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was cancelled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without constant approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was right. I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. The friend would say that they were going to ask her. In fact, the same friend would
Blech.
message Cinder asking if she was okay,
How you
and Cinder
doing,
would say, I'm
Mindy?
sorry, blank. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. Cinder would then go ahead and refute some aspects of Bao's tweet. She said, we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging, and Nana would say in her document that Red asked her to cancel Bao's model mid-progress.
What kind of music do you
Cinder would
prefer
argue
to
that
listen
that's
to?
false.
I
Nano
love
hadn't
different
started yet,
music.
and she said that in
Like
DMs in July of
VK,
2024,
like,
when it should have been done by June
trap,
2024. Additionally, Bao's document would say there was
like
suddenly back and forth on
J-pop,
whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her
like,
model. Cinder would say this
oh
lines
my
up
God,
with what Nano told to Red,
surf
and how
punk.
Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but was
Good
never
EP,
shown
but I'm
anywhere.
good at
She would also
okay,
remind
okay.
us that
EP
Red
Bagudo is
didn't
already
message Nano
good.
specifically to see if she canceled Bao, but to see if she canceled any other models. So as you can see, Cinder definitely does disagree with some aspects of what Nano and Bao had said, including some of the most fundamental aspects. It seemed although Cinder realized that what she did and what Red did was wrong, she still wasn't as wrong as Nano and Bao had claimed. In any case, a few days later, on the 9th of August 2024, one of Cinder's editors would decide to step down. This would prompt Red to ask their other video editor yet a second time to become exclusive. Red would offer the remaining
Second
video editor a raise
time.
in order for
No,
him to
no.
do more work for them.
There
In
is
other
no
words,
second
becoming
time.
exclusive. Cinder would
There is only
specify this
one.
had nothing to do with
No,
Nano.
no.
So I guess that section was just to clear things up. If you read the DMs, which I already have, the editor
No
would end up
second
declining this
chances.
offer. Now, what comes
No,
next
no.
is a fairly important
No,
date.
no, no.
It will be the 27th of August
No, no.
2024, and it will be the last time Bao and Cinder would ever solo collab on stream, which means just the two of them. In the beginning of that month,
Just
Bao
the
had asked Cinder
two
to
of
make clay animals together.
We
Materials would
can
take a while
make
to
it
arrive,
if
and
we
they'd be able to finally do
try.
it on the
Just
27th.
that two
4 days
of
later, Bao would release her original song, Natural Disaster, featuring one of Cinder and Red's friends alongside her. Red would then comment on this, saying, this event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream either on the day the song was released or sometime in the couple of weeks before then. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating,
pleasant
and
voice where your comments
time-consuming it was
move in.
to work with
Ah.
inexperienced singers on music projects.
I'm happy
and
that
she
you
would
think
rather
so.
work with
Thank
these
you
singers
so
from
much
now
for
on who
saying
know
that.
what they're doing and can
Thank you,
match her
thank
high
you.
skill level. These were her closest friends she was
Hope
talking
it
about.
moves
Live
you
on
well.
stream, I couldn't find an archived VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened
Wow.
either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. Cinder would then say, at this time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt
She-Wolf?
like I had a lot
Like,
of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any
na,
singing
na,
experience
na.
and wasn't
Ow.
anywhere near Bao's level, but she
That
asked
one?
me to be a part of this and I wanted to do my best for her. Alright, so this is truly the turning point. This is where the
I need
voices inside
reference
Red's head
for
would
this
tell him
thingy.
that Bao is an evil person, as early as the end of August 2024. Now, is it disappointing that we have so many archived VODs uploaded to Google Drive and linked to YouTube with timestamps and transcriptions, and yet this one particular VOD, where Red's opinion changed of Bao, couldn't be found? Yes, but whatever, we can just assume he's saying the truth. This does, however, tell us that he would actively watch Cinder's friend's streams and would come to her whenever something
True, even
concerning
if the
like
midnight
this would
dying
happen.
seagull or
Cinder
wake up
admitted it
alone.
herself. Red telling her this made her anxious about the song when she wasn't. Cinder felt like she had a lot of pressure on her shoulders and wanted to do her best for Bao. But guys, like, let's take a step back here. Bao is a friend of hers. This was something she could have
What's
DM'd her directly and asked about, but she didn't.
Oh, it's
so
here.
far, we can somewhat conclude that Cinder is someone who's insecure. And so far, from what we've seen, Red seems to be someone that, instead of reassuring her, only fed these
Thank you for the
insecurities
fat pet.
huge amounts of food. In any case, on the
Food?
19th of September, 2024, TwitchCon 2024 would take place. Red would say, there's 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further
There's
formed
3
the
things
opinion
no
I
one
had
talks
of
about.
Bao. Let's go
What
through them,
happened on
starting with number
TwitchCon in
1.
2024?
The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. Second point. One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. And the third and final point, the last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat, while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with her friends, but there were still caveats. Wow, that's crazy, man. Is that even a sentence? Anyway, yeah, she had caveats about having to spend time with her friends. Sure. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore. Now look, I said I would stay objective in this video. I really did. But objectively speaking, this is diabolical. Just reading these 3 points, I can feel how much he's judging Bao for her actions, and yet we don't even have the full context. Bao wasn't there on the first night. There's something called traveling. There's something called jet lag. Hell, maybe Bao had a very strong period. Maybe she's one of those girls that has such a strong period that for the first 2 days, she's practically
what's about the
handicapped.
period here?
In any case, Bao was Cinder's friend.
What about right? We're going on like to the fancy place?
The second
Why?
point had a friend of theirs being guilt-tripped by Bao. Look, when it comes to making a song together and making a music video, it's actually a ridiculously arduous process that takes a long time, and we honestly just don't have enough context to make up any conclusion. So if we don't have enough context, then how did Red have enough context to pin the blame fully on Bao here? I don't know. Maybe he already hated her and just needed a justification. And finally, the third point is like the first point, except here, Red was sick and couldn't show up. He was also assuming things about Bao over text. Maybe she and multiple friends had already talked about going somewhere fancy and they were changing their minds, so she didn't want to go. Look, if any of you watching have been in a group of friends at any point in time, I don't know, and you had a group chat in like WhatsApp or Telegram or Discord, you understand how hard it is to get multiple people to go out to the same
What's
restaurant.
wrong
Red
with
was making a very big deal out of
you?
this, and what's funny here is that he was sick. He wasn't even going himself. Does that mean Bao can write her own
Today I'm
document
more
and say,
tired than
Red
usual. I
didn't show
need
up on the
to
last
pour
night
myself
before
some
leaving
tea.
TwitchCon?
Tea is
He's a
nice.
terrible
Tea is
friend.
nice, especially
Yeah,
if
look,
you're
maybe
tired.
Red included this because he felt
Tea
like
is
he was
amazing
being
choice.
honest, but it just ends up making him
I
look
will
way
Clip
worse,
Studio.
because
What
these
the
aren't
hell is
valid
wrong with
reasons
you?
to want to sabotage your wife's friend. In any case, during TwitchCon, both Red and Cinder would get to meet Sacramore, Bao's video editor, more specifically, the man behind her music videos. He would come to Cinder and say he'd love to work together and make a music video, which is why Red would eventually ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Sacramore, of course, made his own Google document as this was happening back on April 26, 2025, and I go over that in detail in my first video about the drama. Cinder would then say that Red reached out to Sacramore after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was the one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next week, but Sac couldn't fit it into his schedule at the time. So they would chat a bit right over the course of a few days at the end of September leading up to October 4th. Red would ask Sac if he can make a music video for the end of October 2024, to which Sac would say, I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all in and absolutely would if I could, but I genuinely don't have any days free until the 9th of November at the earliest. Red would reply with, okay, thanks though, Sac. You're missing out on a good one. Okay, look, I just want to point out real quick the fact that Red multiple times has stated that Bao will guilt trip you if you don't want to work with her or want to cancel with her or etc. I don't know how you would classify this sentence. You're missing out on a good one, but it does kind of sound guilt trippy, right? Like, listen, man, my schedule is full. I'm really sorry. I'd love to make this work. Okay, but you're missing out on a really good one.
Why
It's
you
like,
not
okay,
drinking?
buddy,
Alright, thanks,
alright.
not sad.
Speaking
Huh?
of Red, he would
Weird.
end up hating Bao even more
Thank you for the
due to
hydrate.
trip
What?
to Japan that occurred from the beginning to mid-October 2024. He'd say there's two things that happened during our trip to Japan with our friends last year.
Keep
The first one being,
fighting.
Bao
Keep
got mad at another one of
fighting.
our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. They confided in Cinder and I afterwards and were very upset over it. But it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is. Okay, so if Red said that he was present when this happened, it would be way different than him saying that he simply got confided in. In other words, he only got one side of the story and he didn't get Bao's side. But fights like this happen between friends. We're not told if they apologize to each other, if they made up later. No, none of that. Just listen, this changed my mind about Bao, period. The second and final point here is everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner, since it was a few days earlier. It was the last night all of our friends would be together, just like TwitchCon. And again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way and then sometime later said never mind, she's not coming. We all were aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025. Again, we don't know what happened. We don't know if an emergency occurred. We don't know.
I mean, why didn't she
later.
tell
The
then
only thing here
if
that
she had a
bothered
problem?
Red is that she couldn't show up, but we're not given any more context. Red would then say, after TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. Cinder would then add, I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond when they happened. So see, both of Cinder and Red's perspectives are very different here, and they operate on a completely different set of rules and logic. What didn't bother Cinder ended up bothering Red immensely. And while this wasn't a problem yet, it would then become a problem so big that it would start affecting the way they lived together. We'll of course see more of that later, but for now, they got back from Japan, and Red would message Sakurmore again about Boss Rush's music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. Cinder would include every single DM they sent to each other over the course of the music video's production. I guess they would do that for transparency's sakes. It is such a waste of time to go through every single message because mostly it's technicalities. It's like, hey,
hello,
this
green
song has a
tea
lot of
and chamomile
typography.
tea. It
I can
helps
send you
me
more
sleep.
details about the
Fall asleep
artwork,
easier.
blah, blah, blah. I mean, really, this is very
Really?
technical here.
Considering
If you're
that
interested in making a
green
music
tea
video,
is
maybe
kind of
you'd
like
find this
energy
interesting.
drink.
But one of the more
Yui.
notable things that would happen is that Red would offer to pay double for Sakumore's work if he could finish it under a very tight deadline. Sakumore would agree, and he'd get right down to work. In total, there would be 12 pages of DMs, and again, most of it would be technical. In the end, what matters the most is that the music video ended up amazing. In the end, what mattered the most is that the music video turned out amazing. Red would pay the full amount immediately as soon as it was
You
done,
did not crop
and he'd
here.
tell Sak, we'll have another project for you soon. Okay, not that soon, but still, thank you again for your work on this one, to which Sak would say, all good, looking forward to it. Now look, I know we're going through a lot of details, so a little reminder. Sakurmore was Bao's music video editor, okay? That's what he was known for. Because of his work for Bao, Red and Cinder wanted to work with him, and they just did, making a banger music video that featured Cinder and a couple of other friends. And even though this was Bao's editor being used for the video, and even though she wasn't featured in that video, she would still leave a comment showing her support when it would be finally uploaded, saying, goddamn, they
That's like
ate.
mini
Those are my
coffee.
girls.
Mhm.
来た俺の友達
Check out what
僕
Cinder
の
has
友
to
達
say.
Twins
My new music group,
Plague.
Boss Rush, premiered
Twins
our first song at the
Plague.
end of November.
Egg.
Red and I were going through the
Thank you so much
comments
for the
and we
follow.
both
私たち
saw
もついてきた。
Bao.
嬉しいね。
She
Thank you, thank you so
didn't
much for the
want me
follow.
to
Thank
like
you.
her, so I gave in just to
How you
satisfy
doing?
him. At the end of the day, it was just
The end
a
of the
comment.
day.
But to
Jiggle,
me,
jiggle.
this is probably
My
the
brother
most
has arrived.
fascinating paragraph
Your
in
brother?
this entire 93-page
Brother?
section. The reason for that being is you feel
Salutations,
very
your
bad for
precious
Cinder in
biscuit
the first
bean.
three sentences. It's
My
like, what do
other
you mean
elf
you wanted
told me
like
to
your
check you
friend's
out.
supportive comment, and your partner forced you not to. You start to feel that maybe Cinder's trapped, that she wasn't able to express herself
cute.
fully because of this
Then
deranged
that's
partner who
not
had it
so
out for Bao.
cute,
And then
you
she decides to
two.
add this sentence,
Oh,
saying,
thank
"At the
you so
end of the
much.
day, it
Welcome,
was
welcome.
just a comment."
Welcome,
Almost as if she was
welcome.
completely undermining this supportive comment.
Remember
as if
I
she
said
was
my
just
bro would
throwing it
love
to the
Mimic?
side
Yeah.
in the trash, as if it never
Well, welcome,
mattered
welcome.
to begin with, that this shouldn't
I
even
greet
be a
you
big deal.
with my
Okay, but look
teeth
at this from
and
Bao's
tongue.
perspective. She had her model
Blam.
canceled with me. Every one of her friends supported her. Cinder said nothing. She leaves a comment
Monster Maker,
on
so I
Cinder's
adore
video. It got
Monster
over
Clocks.
4,000
Ah, I
upvotes. It's one
see
of the
how
top
it is.
comments. There's
Monster
no way
Maker?
you can miss it. Cinder
Papa?
would like every other friend's comment except Bao. I mean, if you're Bao by this point, what would you think? Like,
Look marvelous,
as
Dara.
if you're being
Thank
singled out, right? It's not a
you.
pleasant feeling. I also want to take
Thank
the
you
opportunity
so
to
much.
remind you that when Bao worked with an editor that had worked with Cinder before, she took it personally. Was Bao also taking this
She
personally?
took it
Up to you to decide.
personally.
Red would add, after the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion of how I thought Bao viewed her friends. So I told Cinder she shouldn't like it. I was persistent about it, so she listened
SFL
to me. It
artist,
was very petty of me
love
towards a
you,
friend
good respect.
showing
Thank
support.
you so
But when
much
it
for
came to
saying
Red's
that.
rivalry
Thank
with
you.
Bao, this was only the
Currently, we're
beginning.
drawing another
Barely a week
mimic as
later,
well,
Bao would
so
start a group chat with both
guess
Red
you'll like
and
it.
Cinder. They don't have screenshots of it now because they
I
were
hope you'll
removed
like
from the
it.
group. In any case, the reason why she had created this group was because Bao wanted to collab with Cinder. And from Cinder's perspective, Red was adamant
Not
to her
sparkles.
about not wanting to
No
plan
sparkles.
anything with Bao at this time, so they didn't. Red would add, Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another two friends involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things
I
with
love
her
mimics. I can
completely,
remember
but
the last
timing
mimic I
was
made.
suspicious to me after the past few
You
experiences
can't,
with
so
her,
it
and I
was
saw
so
this as
long
her
ago.
trying to gain something from us. So I brushed her off, and
Me.
what stood out to me is that she addressed Cinder specifically as the lead singer of Boss Rush. So look, when Red tells Nano, we're gonna fire you as a joke, it's just a joke.
No, I mean,
but
I
when
meant so many-
Bao addresses
Ah.
Cinder as the lead singer of Boss Rush, it's concerning.
Mimic love,
It's a
mimic
problem.
love.
Interesting logic all around. And speaking of Boss Rush, it was so successful that
I still
Red,
don't know what
11
Boss Rush
days after it
is.
had released, would message Sakamore about working on another project for February 2025. This is when Sakamore would announce that he was only going to work with Bao exclusively going forward. In Cinder's initial April 2025 apology, she said, "And yes, I was also upset when Sak, the Boss Rush music video editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her for it." In the DMs that were included, Red would say, "Hey, you want to do a music video for February?" And Sak would say, "Hey, sorry, but after January 2nd, I'm closing down all comms and working completely in-house for Bao." Red would be confused, saying, "I thought you wanted to do more." And Sakamore would say, "Yeah, I really want to. It's very hard for me to say no, but I have to prioritize other things in my life. And this path would help me achieve the things I want to do in my personal life as well as professionally." In the document, Red would say, "The last time I spoke to Sakamore, he said he was honored to be a part of Boss Rush's project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made and it was
I think
already nearing
here it
500,000
doesn't work
views.
like this,
I didn't know
though.
Sakamore well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Now, I really want to take the time to point out one message that Red had sent Sakamore in his DMs. After Sakamore had laid out his logic, saying that he needs to take a different path in life to achieve his personal life goals, Red would reply with, "Alright, well, I let Cinder know she's pretty upset and disappointed, but it is what it is, I guess." Again, I just feel forced to point out the irony here, how guilt-trippy this sounds, how unprofessional this is, was when Red, when talking to Nano and talking in this document, would mention how guilt-trippy
Tomorrow I have English
Bao
classes
was.
again,
I mean,
and I
if this
will be
isn't
able to get
guilt-trippy,
a
then
full
what is?
night's sleep
The next
without
day,
any
on
other
December 11th,
choices.
2024,
That's
Red would
nice.
continue the
That's
conversation,
nice.
inquiring as to the exact
Good sweep,
reason
Ipa.
of why Sakamore
Is
didn't
nice.
want to work with him again. He was messaging Cinder at the same time and would ask him at some point. Cinder wanted to ask, "Is there any goals our projects can help you with? She's just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one and it did so well." Sakamore would again specify, at some point, the only growth for him in freelance is to just start charging more money for projects. But he didn't really care that much about money. He wanted to build a community, saying that he was going in-house with Bao because she has been
To
his
be
day
able
one
to not
and
to care
supported slash
about
took a
money
chance
as
on
an
him when he was
artist.
literal
What a
nobody living in
what a
basic poverty
freaking
and wanted to do
incredibly
whatever he could to repay
lucky
her
people
kindness.
are
So it
there.
was very straightforward. He wanted to be loyal and work for Bao because she was his day one.
One
and in
day,
the
one day,
meantime,
Gishi.
focus on his own stuff, not letting some freelance gigs get in the way of that. Red would act even more confused, saying, "I'm not sure what you mean by your personal content if you're just working with Bao. I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere since you seem pretty eager to work with Cinder at TwitchCon, and even after
Okay,
the
she,
last
where
project,
does
especially
last
since it did
GM
numbers.
from
But
what
if
you
that's
can
how feel,
remember?
then we won't try to change your mind and respect your decision.
To be
Thanks
fair, I
again for
don't
your
really
work. Good luck
remember
on your
my
goals." Red would say in the document,
my
"At the
weird
end of our
dreams.
conversation,
Gotta
I was
be
suspicious
honest,
of his
because
reason."
they usually
Cinder would
weird
then
in a
say,
bad way,
"Right
so I
after
usually
this,
try
Red
to
messaged our video
forget them.
editor about music video editors
I
and
actually
what
cannot
happened with
remember,
Sak. They're close with
sadly.
and works
My
with
weird
Bao
dreams
and her
is
other
slash
editors, including
nightmares.
Sak. Yeah,
So
again, this is how you can confirm this wasn't written by
one been
AI.
recently, but
What
I
the
don't
hell was
remember.
this sentence? What Cinder meant to say is that Red messaged their video editor, telling them about what happened with Sakamore and
Yeah,
asking
sorry.
if he knew any other music video editors. The video editor would say, "I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up with doing a lot of editing
Think
work,
of
so
it
I
that
guess
way.
he's really wanting to focus on it."
Anonymous played
And it
boob
was
for
right there. It
5
was the
bits.
same exact thing that Sakamore had told Red. And
Who
instead
was
of
it?
taking it as fact,
Who
Red
was it?
admits he didn't, and still thought something else must have
Who
happened.
did?
I wish I can summarize
Who was it? Gamer!
this next page, but there's
Came
no way to
on.
summarize Red's logic without you having to really listen to every word he says. What really made him suspicious was when Sakamore said he's going in-house with Bao because she has been his day one and supported him when he was a nobody. Red would say,
Well,
"It
looks
was this
like,
message from Sakamore that made me
if I'm
suspicious of
going
what
by
his
date,
actual
the
reason
last
was for
mimic I
going
made was
exclusive
dungeon
with Bao.
mimic
He
named
only said all
Gina.
this after he was pushed
Gina?
about his decision, and this was only days after Cinder and I turned down
Is
Bao
it
in that
perchance my
group chat where
sister?
she called Cinder the lead singer
Since
of
my name is
Boss Rush.
Gishi.
Because of my experience with Bao over the past few
Gishichi.
months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sak was doing
That's
this
why
because Bao
Gishi
must have
should
guilt-tripped
be
him and
born as soon as
convinced him not to
possible.
work with anyone other
If
than her,
only.
including Boss
If
Rush. And I
only.
was mad that this wasn't even just against Cinder and I, but
So do you
Tricky and
broadcast
Vienna too,
in
the two
only
other
one
singers
language, or do you
of Boss
broadcast in
Rush.
different
What I
language?
cared
I
about
broadcast
as
in
much
one
as
language
Cinder did. He would
mainly,
then-
but I can answer in
he would
other
then
languages.
link,
But primarily
an
we
image
use
of
English
what
here,
confirmation
so
bias
everyone
means
should
from a
be
Google
comfortable.
search. It's where people tend to favor information
Yes,
that
yes.
confirms their existing beliefs, regardless of whether it's true or not. So in other words, he's calling himself delusional. And then he would go on to say that one thing that wasn't mentioned yet is Bao's own relationship in regards to her music throughout last year. in 2024. He'd say she would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did performed well, guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them, and ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. He would then speculate about the only song songs she actually found successful in 2024, they would be 3, and would then point out that they all had her friends in them. At some point, Red would tell Nano about Bao's weird behavior, and would mention how the reason he thinks she got Sakamore to be exclusive was because one of her songs flopped. Here's the message. This was initially included in Bao's document in April of 2025. He would argue that the reason why he said that was because he thought it was a flop from Bao's point of view. He was referring to how she thought of them, implying that he thought this was motivation for her to do what he was telling Nano about, which was about the topic of Sakamore. To back up his claims, he would argue that he would constantly see Bao complaining about her songs and view counts in her own Discord server, but couldn't provide evidence because he was banned out of her Discord server. He would then talk about another instance where Bao was playing Jackbox with friends, and how she would abruptly end her stream. When that happened, he would immediately jump to her Discord server to see what was happening, and would see Bao chatting in a public channel saying that her view count was too low to keep streaming and that no one cared about watching her. He'd said that she was very rude to them, especially her most supportive fans. But again, he has no evidence, he has no proof, he would say, I don't know if these messages still exist, but this right here is a glimpse of Red's reasoning in regards to Bao. Red would go even further, right? He found a tweet from Bao that was made on the 15th of March 2025 that directly supports the above. Bao would say that she had learned a hard lesson about work-life balance. She'd vent and say the fear of falling behind and being forgotten outweighed all the joy and fulfillment she was supposed to feel as a content creator, never really feeling like she was getting anywhere, and if she did, it wasn't enough, and that she had to reevaluate how to be an actual human being again instead of a machine. She also, of course, spoke about some jaw pain she was experiencing in this tweet, and Red said that he hadn't even considered this when forming his opinion of her at the time. So Red says, with everything I had seen, heard, or experienced with and around Bao over the past few months all added up, I had come to this conclusion. Boss Rush's song came out and was performing great right away. Bao, who was upset with her own music's performance throughout the year and who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song her musically inexperienced friends made was doing. She also found out her video editor Sak had made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Cinder and I about
that one
doing
is
something
all
together in the
no.
week that followed,
But I
calling
thought
Cinder
I
the
fucked
lead
up
singer of
here.
Boss Rush, but we turned her down.
I got so
She was also
scared.
turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently who was guilt-tripped about it, and now us refusing to make contact with her made things worse. She
Why
must
do
have
broadcast
spoken
in
to
English if
Sakamore
you know
sometime
other
after about
languages?
how depressed she was over all of this, guilt-tripping him about everything she's done for him into not working with any.
Okay. What language is the most popular in this world? What language is the most? I would understand if I would receive this question if I were to speak literally any other language, but you know, like what's the most like, even if we're gonna put aside everything, like from the moral perspective, community perspective, what's the most popular language in this world? I think that's summarize it.
Anyone else going forward. When Sakamore told me why he made his decision to go exclusive, he emphasized how indebted he was to Bao, which would make sense if he was guilt-tripped into this. So over the course of this entire period, Red thought he was going crazy for being the only one to see all these different patterns of behavior, saying that he had thoroughly brainwashed himself into thinking there was no way that this pattern he was seeing wasn't true, but admits that now he knows he was wrong. He misinterpreted the situation and misjudged Bao's intentions due to his confirmation bias, going as far as disregarding every positive interaction. What's even more embarrassing in all this is that Bao was fully aware of Sakamore working on the Boss Rush music video, admitting that while he went through his own messages with Sakamore for this document, he noticed that Sakamore had pointed out that he
Language of emotions. I mean, I think I'm using it quite frankly every time I speak. Every time I open my mouth, it's like it's pure emotions there. It's emotion couture, darling.
Video and overworking him during the holidays with what he was experiencing at the time. If had things got planned and finished sooner, there wouldn't have been such a time crunch. I also want to apologize for the hostility in my messages to him when he told me he was closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, so I shouldn't have disturbed him. But see, as I mentioned earlier, Red's obsession with Bao wouldn't just affect her. It would also affect his relationship with his wife, Cinder. On the 12th of December,
I like how he addresses Cinder at this point only as his wife, as a Red's wife.
She'd say, I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us, and didn't believe that Bao's past actions were as big as Red was making them out to be. She caved on not liking the YouTube comment, understood what Red was saying, but completely disagreed with his conclusion. She was already stressed about multiple things coming up in her career, and now Red was telling her that he knew one of her friends had purposely done this to her. She'd claimed that she defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told her to ask Bao about it, but she told him to do that instead since he was the one with the problem. She had a collab on another friend's channel the next day that included Bao, and Red wanted her to cancel it last minute because she was involved after she had already made the announcement about it in her Discord server earlier. She didn't want to hear it, she got upset, and she went to sleep because of their fight. As proof, she would show us a tweet about her missing out on a very important announcement for a game she liked. She would then continue in the document saying neither her or Red ever spoke to Bao about this. She had opportunities to clear this up, but she didn't. She just wanted this to go away by itself and keep the peace between her and her friends. Red would add, regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about
Can I
something
allow
work-related in
shawarma be
December,
added
and the
here
last
to
time I spoke
spam
to her was at the
here
end of the
and
year
num?
when her, Cinder, and their friends were
Do you
dealing
wanna
with something else
gishiwarma
going
here?
on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity to
I can,
came
just
up
not now.
when going to Nano about exclusivity. A day later, Bao would message Cinder about their collab that had just happened and apologized for the fact that she was not really energetic or active near the end of the stream, saying she spaced out at the end. Cinder took a whole day to reply because she was busy, and even though she had the opportunity to talk to her about the topic of how Red felt about her, she didn't. The next day, Artist One, who Red tried to make exclusive for Cinder,
Freaking
would tell him that he
allergies.
was starting
That was
to
so
work with
cute.
Bao
What
now.
exactly?
The editor would reassure Red, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern." To which Red said, "No, it's not that. It's just not the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we work with. I'm glad you're getting that back." The artist would reply, talking about your editor, lol. To which Red said, "Our editor is one, but not the only one. It's no big deal," replying with a dead emoji. Red would admit in the document that he was mad at Bao, but he wasn't planning to do anything about it. And that it was only when he went to ask Nano about exclusivity did he have the idea to include Bao's name as a way to get even. So in other words, he did end up doing something about it. On that same day, the 15th of December 2024, Sakamo would make an announcement announcing that he was exclusively going to work with Bao from now on. For some reason, Cinder makes the point of saying this was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. I have no idea how they're related. Red would then say, as far as I was aware, Sakamore was already basically exclusive to Bao to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing publicly.
This
and
what got
asked to be
just got
completely
claimed
anonymous
in
without being
Reds.
credited
Huh?
going forward with no
Claimed?
reason other than he wanted to. I just couldn't believe there was more to it.
No,
I don't know
but
if
I sang
Sakamore
it
ended up making all of his own
myself.
content like he told me since this happened. Alright, I can confirm this since I do follow Sakamore on Twitter.
Not the
He did.
freaking
He ended up
copyright
making quite a
claiming
few
for the
cool
Happy
edits
Happy
regarding
song.
games he plays, and this is something he really didn't have the time to do beforehand. Red
How
would
about
then
I'm gonna
add,
claim their
recently,
mom's home?
Sack opened his commissions again and is apparently not working with Bao anymore.
How about
the very
that, huh?
thing that sent
What
him
you
over
think-
the edge about Bao
what's
last
they gonna do,
December
huh?
didn't seem to last.
Cry?
You can even see Bao congratulating him on opening commissions
They're not
again,
gonna do
and Sack
this.
is seen saying, "Thank you for everything over the last 2 years. I will truly cherish all of the memories / content." we
Nah,
made
they're not
together."
gonna do
This
this.
was on September 24th, 2025. So Sakamore had essentially been exclusive to Bao for only 9 months. And if Red and Cinder had waited, they would have been able to work with him again very easily. This section would continue on to the year 2025, more specifically January. This is when the topic of exclusivity would come up again. It would start off
I
with
don't know why,
Artist
but
One,
for me to
messaging
draw
Red
like
and deciding,
gold
"You know
and
what?
stuff
I could go
in
exclusive," citing
Clip Studio is harder
competitiveness
than in
the field
Photoshop.
as their main reason. Red and Cinder would talk
Well,
about
if it's
this,
streaming,
and they would come
yes.
up with the
You
idea
know,
of
the
asking
views are
Nano
dropping,
for
so
some
you
kind of
gotta
exclusivity
gotta
too.
do what
Nano
you
had
gotta
already suggested
do.
some sort of exclusivity contract
You know.
back in September 2024.
You
and
gotta
you'll
do
see
what
that
you
in her
gotta
own
do.
section, don't worry. Seeing that she had already breached the topic beforehand, Red and Cinder thought, you know what, let's actually offer it to her this time. Cinder says, Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and not to make models or outfits for Silver Veil anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. On the 15th of January 2025, Nano and Red would make their exclusivity deal official. However, Cinder had no idea that it was going to take place that day. She'd only know about it after they'd agree. This is because Red would bring this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in the project server where Cinder, Red, and Nano were present in. Cinder would then specify in Nano's and Bao's documents this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. So in these DMs, we can see Red bringing up the exclusivity deal with
Here
Nano
we
just as he
go.
had discussed with Cinder. No more new clients, and not working with Silverveil anymore, who was already a past client. So here we can see the exact outline of what the deal is. Red says, well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take any brand new model clients and to not make any new models or even outfits for Silverveil ever again. You'd still be able to work on models and outfits with all of your other existing clients, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. This is when Red would say something that was extremely controversial with the arts community and honestly in the VTuber industry in general, which was one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. This was
That's
the
so
second time
weird.
he'd bring this up. There
That
was
is
another
still really
instance that
weird.
was even more explicit, right? But we'll eventually get to that. Then he'd say, and second is that there's a few people that that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Nano would ask, may I know who these people are? And Redacted would say, Silver, Bao, and Cotton. So even though he had explicitly agreed with Cinder that it would just be about Silver, he also decided to add Bao and Cotton. Nano would start to panic, saying, I have Bao on my list. Red would say, it's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. To which Nano would reply, are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder doesn't want to. But then Red would specify, yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. In the document, Red would explain what's going on, saying, I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us, and I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. And so even though Cinder completely disagreed with how he felt about Bao, he would still make sure to tell her how we both felt, right? When he would tell her, there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you, he was making it seem like both him and Cinder didn't want Nano to work with Silverveil, Bao, and Cottontail. Red would admit, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew
I don't know what is this about, but how he pronounced Cotton.
Anything to Nano. And it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano and
Oh my god, it sounds like you're freezing.
Then mentioned that she was completely unaware of what was going on in this conversation, and the DMs would continue. Redacted would start spilling the entire tea to Nanolist, telling her about how Silver gets more priority and bias at gamer subs, how Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while, hijacking Sacramore from them, and how Cotton hurt one of their close friends real bad. Again, we have no details on that, like none. This is also when he would say, oh yeah, I think Bao did this because her music video flopped, etc., right? And Red would mention in the document that the reason why this all sounded so harsh was because he was angry about it and he was venting to someone he trusted about something he genuinely believed happened. He thought that if Bao was going to gatekeep her editor, then he was going to try and gatekeep his artist. After seeing how much pain and anger her friend was going through, Nano would say, you know what, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever. As Red would start to ask detailed questions, Nano would specify that they had to make a separate deal for new clients, separate from her proposed idea about canceling with Bao. According to Red, that deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like it was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bao on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. In the DMs, Red would be specifying the deal. Okay, cool. We can pay
Is
blank for you,
is
the
trivial
rigger, and you
memories
don't have
about
to
winter
discount it from
times?
the
Oh
next
no,
payment. You
I'm
won't work with Bao, Cotton, or
sorry.
Silver at all again with
I'm
models or art.
sorry.
And then Nano would ask, is there any way to add a little bit
It's
more since Silver
allergies.
still asks for art every now and then? And then Red would say, well, hey, listen, when Silver asks for art, tell her no and tell us about it so that we commission another art piece instead of her. Nano would say, okay, sounds fair, but can I also ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Red would say, I'll ask about it right now if you want one, and Nano would say, yay, deal. When Red would confirm the demon figure of Cinder, this is when Nano said,
Hey! Hey, Nonetheless! Can we ask you to not to work, you know, adult work with this specific person? Like, can we ask you to cancel on them, like blacklist them a little bit? Yeah, sure! I will blacklist him, but can you, for this, can you give me a figurine, please? What the fuck?
then we have a deal, and Red would make a recap of the entire deal again. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver. We'll continue giving you more work, we'll pay for the rigger, and you're sent a free demon figure. Nano says yes, yes. There was no official contract involved, and from Red's perspective, this was a negotiated deal. There was no manipulation of any sorts. He'd argue, why did I bother making a deal with her if I could have just manipulated her to do what I wanted for free? After this had happened, Cinder would say that from her point of view, she was told that Nano had agreed that she wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore, but that Red never told her that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao was having her second model cancelled even though her first one was already cancelled back in 2024. The deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients they had talked about before, but Cinder was completely fine with leaving it that way. This is why in her apology apology in April 2025, she said she had nothing to do with the exclusivity deal. She had no idea what the real terms were. So what Cinder did know is that Silver couldn't work with Nano anymore, right? That's it. That was the entire deal. They'd be paying for Nano's rigging on her model, and the whole thing was about Silver. And Cinder was completely fine with that, even though the deal didn't include anything about not taking on new clients. Red would say, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would already be long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Cinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. A lot happened on the 15th of January because on that same day, Red would also finalize the exclusivity deal with Artist 1, this time having an actual contract. The artist would ask, do you have a list of folks you compete directly with? And Red would say, I mean, from the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. In the document, he'd say, because Silver didn't like Cinder and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. He didn't bother bringing up Cotton's name though, since she never interacted with this artist. Artist 1 would send a very detailed contract, and in it there was a section specifically referring to Silver and Bao. Red, of course, didn't push for this to be changed, but this agreement never actually ended up happening due to other reasons that delayed them finalizing things. Red doesn't specify what they are. However, just as things finally seemed to be working for Red, barely a month later, Nano would cancel the exclusivity deal she made with him. Her reasoning was that she simply wanted to work with Silvervale again. Cinder would say that this conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, and that Nano faced no repercussions from either her or Red for going back on her word. Nano would message Red and say, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it hurts me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comm. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Red would say, we'll still send you the figure and you can just discount Kumori's cost from the model. I think that's the rigger's name and it was censored throughout this whole document. Maybe they forgot to do it this time, but hey, cat's out of the bag, right? Red would highlight the sentence, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, and would say Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, and just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Red never got confirmation on whether Nano canceled Bao's model for the second time, but at this point didn't care. He had mostly moved on from his volatile feelings, and he no longer considered her competition. So of course, when it comes to November 2023, we'll be seeing that in Nano's section, but a huge chunk of what we're looking at now is also in Nano's section, right? The next day, Nano would personally message Cinder telling her about her walking back the deal she made with Red, and Cinder was already aware because Red already told her. Cinder would say Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. So in these DMs we can see that Cinder would say, I get it Nano and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's really confusing going back and forth about it. Venting and saying that she gets compared to Silvervale a lot and it's like a shadow on
Yeah, so
her,
far
and it's like she's
Nanolis
always living
is a
in some
really
shadow, etc.
immature
Cinder would then
person.
search both Bao
Plus she acts
and
is really
Cotton
just
in her own
immature.
DMs with Nano and she would find nothing, hoping to prove that she truly had no idea that they were included in this whole exclusivity agreement that Red had made. This leads us to the final messages that Cinder had ever had in DMs with Bao. It was on the 28th of March 2025, a few weeks before the drama had unfolded, and it was Bao warning Cinder about the Impractical Joker's drama, where a couple of people from the cast got outed for talking to younger girls, and she didn't want Cinder to bring it up without knowing the context. Cinder said, yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling, and Bao would say, oh no, I know you like the show, I'm sorry baby. The final subsection in Bao's section would be being a bad friend, compromising with Red, and Boss Rush's role. This would somewhat be a recap to everything we just saw. She'd say that after her argument with Red in December of 2024, her and Red wouldn't talk about Bao again until sometime after her Heaven Hound debut. He pressured her not to interact with her professionally, and she wasn't going to agree to that, but at the same time, she didn't want to cause any problems between her and her husband at home. She'd say Bao was a friend that lived across the country, I only saw her every few months, and already didn't do things often with her. On the other hand though, she lived with Red, so she chose to do just enough to keep the peace and to find a middle ground between them. She didn't plan anything with Bao, which they already rarely did, according to her. She didn't raid her in the time she was able to, and she didn't retweet artwork of them together on her NSFW Twitter account. Red didn't want to include Bao in anything Boss Rush related either, including collabs. Red would again admit that it was wrong of him to push his feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expect her to essentially cut her off. And after months had passed by, he would open up to the idea of a 6-person boss rush song with all of Cinder's friends, including...
He said it as he will open up to the idea as if we're talking about something like sexual. He'll open up idea about the Google Sense.
This was even before her disagreement with Red.
What are you doing? Welcome back, Lily. I'm joining my brother. I'm joining the commission for my brother, Mimic.
Pretty boy.
Pretty boy, welcome! Hello, Raiders! My name is Gishichi and I'm Mimic VTuber. Здравствуйте всем! Hello, Ryan! How you doing? Здравствуйте, Red. Спасибо большое, Valentine! Thank you so much, Valentine! Хава. Что вы делали? Что вы играли? Давайте рассказывайте. Come along and talk to us. What were you doing? Total stream. Мадам Сиси, здравствуйте. Hello. Hello. How you doing? Hello. Oh my god. Yeah.
Tricky and Vienna than everyone else. She chose to prioritize them more, and then at some point she
Хорошо,
noticed
мы
that one of her
до
friends was
России,
feeling
до
isolated,
Калипсо
so she
Протокола,
wanted
все
to
первые
include her
Ведьмака,
in
ты
Boss
как
Rush
это...
as well,
Ой, Хэллоуин.
and be used. She wouldn't be
Хэллоуин!
able to really suggest this idea to
Работаю.
you because of her cancellation, and then would go on to
Работаю в
detail all
Хэллоуин.
the projects she was planning to do and had already done in 2025. This would all
Рисуем.
be in an effort to explain that she was spread too thin, that she was
How's
doing
Witcher
too
so
much with
far?
too many different people, and wasn't really able to give Bao the attention she deserved as a friend. Cinder would continue the document and say that the reason why she turned down Bao's song suggestion at the end of 2024 was because she didn't want to sacrifice the plans she already had for the year of 2025 and commit to another song, mentioning that even
really
Mimi said no
already
to Bao
to-
at first
wait.
because of her own schedule. This is
But
in
it's like,
reference to
just
the song that her, Mimi, and
start it.
Bao
Just
were meant to sing
start
together.
it.
She would then say, with how much more I was doing,
Страшная
planning with mine and
работа.
Bao's other
Да,
friends within our
ужастики.
same friend group, and because of how I was neglecting her, Bao felt isolated. Also evident from her
Spooky,
tweets in March.
scary
In
work
March
in
of
place.
2025, Bao would make 2 tweets. The first one being, "My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me." She'd repeat that a couple more
Yes,
times. The other tweet would say,
yes.
"Feeling alone in a crowded
Just
room sucks
started.
so bad." Cinder would also link the stream Bao would make as the drama was unfolding, where she explained how terrible the months leading up to it were, and here it is.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I just
Ну, я скоро тоже
I
все
can't
Кокоту.
I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online, and there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to
Вижу,
everyone
точно.
around you,
Hmm?
and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you.
So again, you just have to look back through what happened in this section, right? Her model gets canceled, everyone supports her, Cinder doesn't. Everyone leaves supportive comments on the Boss Rush music
It's
video.
because of
they all
morning.
get hearted by
Stop
Cinder,
dying, people.
Bao's gets ignored.
Stop dying.
I'm sure there were other things in private too that contributed to Bao feeling this way, but this isn't easy. And for months,
Так
instead
это
of
мимик
blaming
буквально,
Cinder, thinking she's a
буквально,
terrible person,
да.
she would try to put herself in her
Yes,
shoes
it is
instead,
mimic,
thinking, "Oh, she
mimic.
must be busy, she must be doing this.
It's not
I'm
like
sure
me,
she
it's
missed
not
my
like me,
message. I'm
silly
sure she doesn't
little
mean to do this." And
mimic
boom.
that wants to
She'd
look
see
like
Anna's
a
messages,
girl.
she'd see her
It's
friend's
mimic,
husband
mimic. It's cool,
actively
mimic,
try to
mimic.
work against her, and this whole reality that she had fabricated around herself to cope with the idea that her friend was still her friend and wasn't being distant for any
Yeah.
reason would shatter. So no wonder she cried her eyes out for 1 hour of this stream. Cinder would argue that regardless, they still did things together as a big group, but she understood how Bao must have felt. She wasn't including
Just
Bao in any of her own
he looks like
things,
he's
and
in the
our friends
cage.
had to turn around towards our plans together without her.
Oh
At
no,
some point, Mimi would say that
brother,
Bao
no!
had confided in her about Cinder and the way she
Bao,
felt
я
that
видел
Cinder
Bao.
felt
Да,
about it.
привет,
Also linking
кротик!
a VOD in which Numi talked about this. Cinder would then say, "But never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt, the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings."
Encage
She then
the
said I was
brother.
neglectful of Bao not
Free!
friendship with her and ignorant of
Free
how the
my
things I
brother!
did and did without her were making her feel. I stayed
Free
quiet and gave in
him!
to Red, hoping he would move
I'm
on
telling
over
you,
time,
free
never knowing
him!
what he did and said behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months when she didn't deserve it. On the 26th of April 2025, Bao would post her document 6 minutes after Nana would post hers. According to Cinder, she was already removed along with Red from Bao's friend list at this point and blocked on Twitter. Cinder would end this section about Bao with a very ironic message. That message would be sent on the 27th of December 2024, saying, "This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them about difficult subjects. I never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on." In the next section, I go over how my lack of communication hurt Numi too, another one of Cinder's friends. That ironic message that Cinder was talking about said, "I love when friends have healthy communication. Ugh, it feels so good." Congratulations, you made it to the end of Bao's section, but no time to
Вроде не
breathe.
хотела
As
прям
you
говорить,
saw,
но
the
пришлось,
next
простите,
section would be
живым
about
образом
Numi. It'll be way
обзавидовать,
shorter
короче.
than this, thank God, but we will go
Обзавидуешься?
through it
Чему?
before
Что
going to
такое? Что
Nana's
такое?
section, because as you saw at the end
Не
there,
очень понимаю,
Numi was
что
already
такое.
aware of how Bao was feeling in regards to Cinder. She was also one of Cinder's closest friends in the space. So what happened exactly, and how did Cinder hurt her just like she hurt Bao? Well, let's check it out. This section would be called V-Card and Numi's Concert, and here's how Cinder would introduce it, saying, "I messed up and hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in
Numi.
New York City in February, but I let her down and canceled my performance. Then, when V-Card's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose to not even be there for her so I could be representing a company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make a TV show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for
We
her
have a
concerts,
VTuber
Numi had been
model.
producing an original song for
VTuber
me since
model.
December. I was asking a lot
VTuber
of her, but I
model,
wasn't doing the
валя.
same in return. I made her
Я
feel
сейчас
more
плакать
like a
буду. Не
business partner
плакай,
and
ты
a
что?
friend. Numi has
Зачем
always
тебе
been an
плакать-то?
incredible friend, and I was lucky to have her care about me. She always motivated and inspired
Don't
me,
cry,
especially when it
don't
came to
cry.
music. I was the one who was a bad
Don't
friend.
cry.
Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation I caused. I didn't bring any of this up before because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought this was settled at the end of January 2025.
Where
privately
is
between Numi
layer
and
I
Apparently,
need?
I was expected to talk about it,
Where
and when I didn't,
is...
it was
Oh my
used
god, it's
against me.
here.
This situation was vaguely described to push the idea of my manipulation, avoidance of accountability, and sabotage of my friends, but none of that is true to what actually happened. It was caused by my own miscommunication, fears, anxieties, and misplaced priorities. So I want to go through the entire series of events, my thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to V-Card's launch, my collab with Shy Lily, and Numi's concert in New York City. So this document is fairly short with 26 pages. What takes up most of these pages are images of DMs. Fundamentally speaking, it's a fairly
Не знаю
simple
почему,
issue to
наверное, по мне
describe,
сложно
so I'll be
догадаться, но
summing it
same.
up and reading DMs when necessary. From the start, this was pure miscommunication, okay? On the 1st of September 2024, Numi would bring up the idea of a concert to Red. Numi was asking if Cinder could come in November 2024. Red would tell her to message Cinder directly since she was her friend. Cinder doesn't really remember if Red brought this up to her before Numi messaged her, but regardless, a couple months later, in November 2024, Numi would message Cinder and would invite her to her New York concert. Cinder would specify that she remembers that Numi had brought this up to her in person somewhere before this, but couldn't remember where, when, or even what was said. Numi most likely assumed that Cinder remembered the conversation they had IRL, so the only thing she sent her was, "By the way, the New York concert will be February 1st if you'd still like to come." To which Cinder would say, "I'd love to, where is it?" and would get the details. A month later, on the 26th of December 2024, Numi would message Red about Cinder's attendance to the concert and would specifically say that she'd be performing with her on stage. At this point, Cinder would say that she was shocked when Red would tell her about this because she thought she'd be an audience member. However, instead of actually trying to clear it up with Numi, and hell, maybe even laugh about the misunderstanding, she chose to let Red handle everything for her and commit to singing. Cinder's logic here was that Numi had never messaged her directly about the concert, so you know what? Let Red handle it since he was talking to her about it anyway. The next day, on the 27th of December 2024, Cinder would bring up a collab idea over a new product launching with Gamersubs, which was V-Card. It was supposed to release on the 17th of January 2025, and she wanted to make it happen around that time. Around January 6th, 2025, Red would message Numi about the hotel so he could start planning the trip for the concert, and Numi would reply. The next day, Cinder would message Shy Lily again about the V-Card collab to make sure that the initial plans were going to go through. They would have normally had to collab on the 18th of January, but then V-Card's release date would be delayed until the 31st, which would of course delay their collab as well since it was meant to be around the release date of the product. On the 10th of January 2025, Red would finally get back to Numi about her question about whether Cinder wanted to perform. He'd bring up the fact that Cinder isn't 100% sure about performing live, and would make a few different excuses as to why coming in person will prove tough, like how Cinder only likes to go on stage and cosplay, how they're worried about fans finding their car if they drive there, etc. Numi goes as far as proposing that Cinder could just join in virtually from her home as her VTuber model. She didn't have to actually come to New York. She'd also reiterate that she doesn't want to pressure Cinder to do anything that makes her uncomfortable. Now, I really have to point out here, Numi reiterates this multiple times, and unlike Red's discussions with Sacramore, she wasn't guilt-trippy at all. Red would then ask who's coming to New York other than Cinder, and when Numi would say that multiple of her friends were flying out, Red felt pressured, saying, "Oh, so we're the bad friends." Even as Numi reiterated, "You guys don't have to feel obligated to go to either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels." And Red would say, "Well, now we're like the bad friends if we don't." Numi would again reiterate, "I don't care. If you guys don't want to come, it's not a big deal." And yet Red would still insist, even though he knew that Cinder was very uncomfortable performing on stage. On the same night, Numi would message Cinder about matching t-shirts, and again, Cinder says nothing about her being uncomfortable regarding
Да,
singing
вот Хелен,
live.
вот Хелен, он настолько долго уже здесь, настолько много времени проводит, что он просто уже знает, он шарит.
Cinder would ask Red to message Numi on her behalf to let her know that she isn't comfortable singing live, but would still be showing up to the concert to support her. The excuse Red would make up was she's nervous to sing with a live mic, to which Numi would say, "No worries," with a smiley face. In the document,
I mean,
Cinder would
fair.
outline 4 reasons
Live
as to
mics
why
are
she
actually
chose not to
scary.
perform. The first one
Gotta be
being, I was
honest.
too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live microphone. This was the biggest reason I made the decision
Look,
to
guys,
make the
how
show.
easily we
She
made
even
a
showed
texture.
DMs with another friend
Bye
back in April
bye.
2024 of her almost bailing out on her performance at the
Bye
VCon
bye.
concert because of her
Jajang.
being nervous. The second reason was she didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. It took a lot of space in her luggage.
Mama.
It was a hassle to bring with her. She still would have been okay
Mommy.
just wearing her Cinder wig, but that didn't fix her problem with singing live. The third reason would be I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert overall, and that pulling out wouldn't have been that much of an inconvenience to Numi. As far as either of us knew, there weren't any songs planned for me to do yet, and the set list was done in December. Sexy Drug was the only song Numi and I had covered together, so I assumed
Sexy
that would have been the
Drug?
only one. Any other
Kids,
songs in the
don't
set
do
list that may have
drugs.
been intended for me to perform were never communicated.
Where
She
else can I
suggested to Red that I
live?
could perform one of my songs, but I only had 2
In
songs to choose
your
from. Even if we sang
head.
them all, that was a total of 3 songs. I didn't think it'd be a problem to
In
fill in that
your
1 to 3 song
head.
gap in the set list if she even had to. I don't know anything about the prep work that
Yes,
goes
yes.
into planning
What
a
rank?
concert, though.
What rank?
And
Rank?
finally, 4, Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't feel pressured or obligated to perform or even go to the concert. 3 days before this furthered the idea that my guest performance must have not been that integral
How's the
to
translation
overall
bot? Is it a
concert,
good
and
bot?
it'd be okay for her
Actually,
if I pulled out.
he's a good
Cinder
boy
would
so
then
far,
say I kept putting
actually.
off making a
If you're gonna
decision
say
because
пошла
of my
нахуй,
anxiety
I will
performing
ban you.
versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and messaged her myself to talk about it with her instead of Red. And she never messaged me to ask about my decision either. Maybe we would have been able to make something work for me
No.
instead of letting my fears get the
You
better
want
of
it?
me. Red and I were still going to
I'm
the
asking for
concert even if I wasn't performing.
yeah, so
I
far
would
he's
end up
really
filling in my
nice.
spot
Like
on the
actually
show at the
really
last
nice.
minute, being a much better
Works
friend
pretty
than I was.
fast.
Gamer
Knows a
subs,
lot of
VCard, and my
languages.
collab with
Translates
Shiley
things
had
that
nothing
he
to
should
do with my
not
decision
be
to
able to
perform, only about
translate,
not
but
going to the
somehow
show
he is
later.
able to
My collab
translate
with
them.
Shiley was not scheduled at this time.
Are you using the free
Absolutely no way
one?
was I trying to somehow sabotage Numi and her concert. So yeah, this is definitely unfortunate so far. Cinder
Oh
just
my
thought that
God.
she wasn't that important to Numi.
Tired.
Right?
I'm
But this entire
tired.
stress and anxiety and her saying that she didn't want to let down Numi, I don't know, it felt more like
I wanna
it
go
was
to mommy.
performative.
I'm
Numi tried her
tired.
best to accommodate her, saying she can cancel. There
Okay,
was no
thank you.
worries.
Okay,
But Cinder
persona.
kept talking about
Haha,
letting
it got
her down
out
as
of
if she was her boss.
botted.
In
It got
reality, a
out
true
of
friendship
bot.
means you
Okay.
could be honest with each other. It also didn't help that most of the communication was done through Red. Cinder wasn't even the one who told Numi that she couldn't sing. In any case, a few days would pass, and on the 16th of January 2025, Cinder would officially make her announcement that she became a partial owner of Gamer Subs and would single-handedly start to pressure herself to live up to the expectations of what a Gamer Subs partial owner should do. This, of course, would be in reference
my
to
God,
Shai
there's
Lily,
so
the
many
first
things. Look
VTuber
at
to
this.
ever become a part owner of Gamer Subs. VCard was about to be the
Come,
company's first massive
become.
drop of the year, and she of course wanted to be present.
Chat,
for
she's
that.
being
More
rude to me.
specifically in the collab with Shai Lily.
To the
In her own
VIP.
words, she would say this would be a great way to do that together, the
What
two
else are you gonna
VTuber
do?
part owners
Piss your pants?
side by side,
Cry?
while sharing something we both were excited about. This is why she had reached
Imagine
out
how
to
she
her
is
about
to
this in
normal
December.
people.
On the 22nd of January 2025, in her song production
Huh.
server, Numi would tell Redacted
I'm a
and
best
Cinder
at the
that the
normal
shows that are
people.
coming up will affect her schedule and the song she was making. You can see Red talking about the release date for the song, but eventually they pushed it back to her birthday sometime after this. A few days would pass by again, and on January 26th, Cinder would tell Shai Lily that she is still down to do a collab a day after VCard's release. This confirmation would effectively be throwing Numi's concert under the bus. Cinder would specify that Red had nothing to do with this decision. She was the one who had chosen business over friendship. Shai Lily could have very easily rescheduled or been more flexible, but it was Cinder that confirmed the date with her and wanted February 1st, the day in which Numi would be performing her concert. From Cinder's perspective, Red telling her that Numi said it was okay if she couldn't go to the concert was also a factor in her decision. She'd say in her document, "I'd come to find out that this was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there." She'd then continue and say, "My brain goblins told me Numi would have lots of our other friends there
I think I
cheering
need to
her
take
on,
actual
and that my
break.
presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either." So on January 27th, Cinder would message Numi
Oh,
and
just
tell her,
say to
"Hey,
go fuck
sorry,
yourself,
I
you go
can't
fuck
make it to your
yourself."
concert. I didn't
Could
expect
be
V-Card's release
not
date to get pushed back
so
to your
bad idea.
concert's date, and I feel
Huh?
obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a game subs
Helen?
owner. I'm sorry, I love you so much and I miss you. The next
Helen?
day though, on January 20th.
Oh my god, wait, what? Wait, I have a question, guys. What's... Huh? Aren't we drawing, like, for... Wait, Wait, I remember we've been chatting, like, for lesser than an hour or something like this, right? But we only watched 2 hours of the video. But we watched it constantly what I was drawing. But the stream is already, like, 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'm confused. What do you mean?
You can have cheeseburger.
Malumi, hello, how you doing? Hello, how you doing? Я в шоке, мне комар чуть в рот не полетел. А чё? Чё ты в шоке-то? И всё, вот он сам намекает уже. Ну что ты, господи? Что ты? Что как восьмиклассница? Да. Wait, how? How? How is it? What? Ha. Okay, that means that I've been drawing only for 2 hours. Then that means I'm pretty fast, I guess. Yippee! Okay, guys, but I'm actually tired, so... I think we need to wrap things up. I need to go to eat something. I mean, I know what I'm gonna go to eat. You know what? Пирожки. I'm gonna eat пирожки. Yes. Beautiful, sexy пирожки. Oh, да. Oh, yes. I'm gonna... Oh, yes. Пирожки. Oh, yes, some sweet, amazing пирожки. Oh, yes. Banana time. Not banana. Cheeseburger without cheese. No, пирожки. Мне все-таки с этого у тебя минус зритель. No, but wait, you can just eat the mosquito, no? I think it's pretty safe to eat the mosquito, no? Thank you so much for the hydrate. Let me put up the... Okay, so I will not forget the future. I wanted to... You want a пирожки as well? You want a пирожки? You want a пирожки? Send some пирожки. Поздеку. No shrimp or do I get shawarma? But what's wrong with shawarma? What's wrong with shawarma?
あ、来た俺の友達
あ、ベンボって Thank you so much for the follow 新しい友達できた新しい友達できた嬉しいよね Thank you so much Ben Thank you Welcome Key Toto Who we gonna rate today I wonder why I wonder how Meow Oh, guy! Thank you for the pet. This means I was working with my brain a lot. If I want to eat, like in a short span of time after I last ate, and if I like really sleepy, that means I was thinking a lot. And I was thinking a lot because I was thinking like how to basically show the back of the chest a lot. So I was doing a lot of 3D, basically modeling inside of my head. Horrible. Пирожки? Gishi, send me your пирожки recipe. Oh, there is different пирожки recipe though. There's different ones. Have a good day, anonymity. Of course, thank you so much. I will try to to take some breather today, so I will be able to finally like pack. You know how like I need to basically glue the package together, right, with the keychains of yours. So tomorrow I'll be able to send all of the keychains. I'm really happy about it. I hope everything is going to be alright because I'm a little bit scared. But let's just hope. Let's just hope that it's going to be alright. Send one for a pork or something. Anything meaty. I don't think I have though. I have one. Like I mean, my mom have one, but it's all in Russian, so I have to, you know, to translate it. It's like not. It's physical media. She have it like in the book. Burger shaped пирожки. Burger. So just like roundy. Just roundy. I mean, пирожки is usually either roundy or a little bit squished. Send it me and it just said using Google Lens. I don't think Google Lens will be able to know my mom's handwriting. I'll see what I can do about it. Who can we write today? Who can write today? Gishichi, this will have best future. I really hope so, and I really hope so that my future merch will have a good start as well. Really hope so. Really have high hopes. Oh, life to do again. Ooh. Looks fun. Looks fun. Okay, let me see. Okay, they sound chill. Gishi, do you know any pork bun recipe? Bun? Like bun? No. Bun itself, no. Okay, put. This is who we're gonna rate today. This is rate message. This is separate message. Oh my god, my fingers don't listen to me. This is usually happens when I draw for a really long time. Like without breaks. My fingers cannot type, my fingers can only draw. This is all the things that they know. But yeah, thank you everyone for being with me today. I really appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much for your rates. It's really fucking appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for trusting your audience to me. Thanks everyone. I'm gonna head on right now. Take care of the merchandise. Hopefully get some sweepies maybe. And continue the convention. Hopefully we'll end it by the end of October as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll end my model as well. But it's really not nearly even to finish. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh wait. Oh my god. The day after tomorrow I need to be at my friend's party. Ha! Okay, guys, next stream is on Sunday. Следующий стрим в воскресенье. Следующий стример англоязычный, поэтому, пожалуйста, используйте английский язык или эмоты. So that was all for today. Keep a close eye on my Telegram and Discord. From Telegram, you usually can see the special links for my special channel that I stream sometimes in Russian. So yeah, that was all for today. Bye.